Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger, bringing you a true story. And tonight, we're going to talk about Adriane Love's email dropping. Someone posted it on X. His name is Jeff, and he posted it on X. And so I want to give him his credit. I know a lot of people have been going over the transcripts, and so we're going to look at Phil Holloway for that. We're going to go over that. But I kind of wanted to help people kind of understand immunity. And I found the document. I have it in 2 videos, but I feel like perhaps people may not quite get it. I don't know. That could be just me. But from what I'm understanding and what I've read, and I'm thinking I'm really going to read some to you guys, because I think it's important for us to understand. I came to YouTube, if I have any new people in here, to uplift fallen humanity and to help my people understand who we are and how we can get out of the conditions that we live in. A lot of it is because we've been taught wrong. And not just us, actually the masses have been taught wrong. Number one, we need to realize that there is only one race, the human race. Therefore, when you pit yourself against someone for their skin coloration or the color of their eyes or their hair texture, body size, preference, and whom they choose to spend their lives with, when you do that, then you really do yourself a disservice, because you never know who can help you along the way. And when I say help you, I'm talking about helping you navigate through these waters, live life, teach you things that you didn't get in school, like how to use credit, things of that nature. So my channel is a little different than most. I don't have a lot of fanfare, and I didn't come here to crack jokes, although I may be humorous at times. I just came to share me and who I am, the knowledge I've acquired in my 65 years, and to share it to whosoever will. And so a lot don't, but some do. And I have some faithful few that's here every week, whether they're typing to the chat or they're just listening. It really warms my heart to know that I have faithful members that have been members. I don't see them, but every month they're still a member. So it doesn't mean that they don't support me. And that's okay, because I can talk to a screen. I do it when I make a video. As long as I can talk, I will do my best to share what's in my head. And this life that we live, it is so funny. A lot of people say they come to YouTube for entertainment. And the things that I see people call entertainment is not entertaining at all. Sometimes, I guess the person that's telling a joke is funny, but sometimes the material is not funny. But, people come to YouTube for all kinds of reasons. Some people come just to look at cats. Some come just to see people go fishing. Some come to learn how to build a home. Some come to put a motor together. Some come to learn how to cook. Some come to learn how to put on makeup. So it's so many reasons. And it's enough out here for all of us. If we just learn, and I've learned to just stay in your lane and do your thing. I really wanted this to be a second stream of income for me. And it doesn't always work that way. My people give as they can, and they're like me, just everyday people. And I'm retired. They're working, but they have families as well. But one thing I know about us, we spend our money on what we want. And I have no problem with that. But a workman is worthy of its hire. And I put in work, researching and trying to put together a story for you guys. And sometimes it's really sad when you don't get rewarded for the hours that you spent. But I'm a person, I call me the most disorganized, organized person I know. And I have to have things a certain way. So a lot of that time I spend is for my own mind. Because you are a reflection of whatever you put out, your product, who you are as a person. That kind of tells, how you are as a person. Whether a person can trust you or not. Whether they would want to trust you or not. Whether they would want to be around you. Are you somebody that, people gravitate to? And in life, I am. YouTube, not so much. But I do my best. I'm not really technically sound, and so I'm learning. I'm a work in progress. Most of my work have been in service to others. I've worked in service-oriented jobs, so my mind thinks service. And I want my people to be so better, but I can't want more for anybody than they want for themselves. So I just live out my purpose, and that's to do what I can. And I can't worry about if anybody pick up the mantle and do anything with it. That's not my thing. But I wanted you guys to kind of understand immunity and the deal that they gave this young man, Kenneth Copeland. First of all, the immunity was forced. They're saying it like they gave him a gift for Christmas. They only came up with the immunity when Miss Love, I guess it was received the email. But when you look at the emails from, like they have all of this paperwork out. And when you look at the emails from the paperwork, you'll see the time difference. And the time difference is, Miss Hilton said she got the email at 6-something that evening. And I think that's probably true. I don't know. But the time that I saw on the emails that's in Mr. Steele's paperwork, it looked like it was 11 a.m. on Friday after they had given him the immunity. So this one must be the one. And well, no, I don't know. I don't know when those others were done. Because this one, the one I'm about to talk about tonight, was sent on Friday, June 7th at 11:56 a.m. And so this was after they had came to court and found out his attorney was showing up. But what they did, they meaning the ADA prosecutors, when Mr. Melnick sent the email that Thursday the 6th, to let them know that he does represent Kenneth Copeland and he would be showing up with him On tomorrow, he will be pleading the fifth. Then I believe they panicked, and I believe they went to work on the scheme that we're looking at now. And I mean, everybody's saying they've never seen nothing like this in life, but I think that we needed this so that people can start seeing this is how the criminal injustice system has always operated. In my mind, I'm looking at modern day, I call it a lynching. And everybody else seems to, not every single body else, but a lot of people on YouTube seem to see it as entertainment, and they just horrible people, and they are horrible people. But we need to look at this system. They didn't invent this system. What they did was lie to themselves and to us, because we as a people have been, down for so long. We swear if we ever get in a position to make things better for anybody, that's what we're going to do. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen like that for a lot of people. They get in a position and then they forget about you. Now, they can't change the big machine, but they can operate their machine honorably, and integrally. They can do that. But they chose not to take that route. They chose to go what's been in place. I call it the good old boy system, what's been in place before they ever got there. Because, it's just been in the last, I'm going to say 20, 25 years that anybody that looks like me have sat in some of those seats. Everybody else didn't look like us. They were European. So I don't understand how anybody can get an opportunity to make a difference in someone's life, and all it costs them is to do the job that they're getting paid for. But I see things a little different than most people. With the RICO case against Donald Trump has opened up to me what's happening with Young Thug. And it is really ugly when Ashley Merchant, client, and Nathan Wade's ex-partner started telling her different things about Nathan and Fonnie. And then she started investigating, and she's a great investigator. And she started getting public information and connecting the dots. And it all boils down to money. It boils down to me, the Orca money. And it's ironic, I heard a lady in their commissioners meeting this morning talking about how they shouldn't be deprived of the Orca money. I like looking at their meetings, and trust me, my city has its own issues. I just recently found out we have issues with our detention center for the juveniles. And so I will be reporting on that one day. But this Young Thug trial moves me because I have a son. I have brothers and nephews. And to see what they're doing to these young men is awful. And it doesn't just happen to our children. It is more prevalent with our children. More prominent as well. But it is not just happening to our children. But being a mother of a son that looks like me, I'm very concerned. Those young men look like they could be my son. Matter of fact, they're younger than my son. And then people act like they don't understand that a lot of what they were doing, and they were committing crimes, those that were committing crimes. We have to go back to reality and look at how they view our sons. If you go back to the omnibus bill that Senator Biden and President Clinton signed into law, and First Lady Clinton said our children were super predators. Biden said he didn't want his children going to school with those roaches. President Clinton signed the bill that puts you away 4 to 5 times longer for rock cocaine than for powdered cocaine. So we got to look at this problem, this dichotomy here. We can't just look at this case and just think it's funny. And, you know, the characters that were witnesses, those guys came from special ed classes. And then the psychotropic drugs that they gave them. And, you know, if you don't know anything about that, then what happens is when they're little boys, when they're, 5, 4, going into pre-K and kindergarten, then the teachers no longer looks like them, like it did when I was growing up. Like it did maybe 15 years ago when Fonnie Willis brought her first RICO case against educators. Go figure. They had what they say was erasures all over the state. Nobody prosecuted but Fulton County. And she was not the DA, she was the lead DA on that case. So you have to look at what was happening. Our children were being given medication. We live in marginalized neighborhoods. We have food deserts. We have no health care, the majority of us, unless you have a job or on public assistance. And some people qualify for neither. But it happens. What do? You live and you do whatever you need to do. They say black on black crime. What is that? Other than the gangbanging politicians who seems more RICO than these young men could ever be. The actions, the audacity of a judge holding an attorney in contempt in the middle of court in front of a jury. Maybe he didn't do it in front of a jury. I may be going too far. I can tell a story. Sometimes I go too far. That one might have been too far. But held him in contempt. Sent him to the back and let the man who was the witness, who has the criminal history, send him home. Tell me, how is that just? It makes no sense. The judge has appeared to be biased the whole time I've been following the trial, and I just recently started following the trial. There are some people that have been there since day one. And I went back to day one, and I made a short about it. And I think I may try to share that short. It's Adriane Love, and she opened up with the Jungle Book. And I heard everybody, I've never read the Jungle Book. I don't know if any of you have. I heard everybody talking about how she's going to open up with that, and that man was the most prejudiced man, and he was this and he was that, and I don't know what he was. From what I've learned of him, he was a person who was of one nationality, and he was sent to live in a country that was a total different nationality of people. So the ethnicity changed, and he's under their rule. And he likened that to a child being raised by wolves. That's what I took from it. And then, like I said, metaphorically, you can make anything. To me, what she meant for evil, because I felt like she was calling our children wolves and talking about they running a pack But you can also look at that another way, and I did look at it another way. And as I was researching this young man and trying to find the meaning of the book, it was talking about, what he was doing was talking about family. And all you have is family. And you got to stick together. He was talking about the politics of that day and how, just like our condition, people are marginalized. And if you're not in that group, then you can't comprehend. You really can't. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm in that group and I still don't comprehend. While some of us won't wake up. And some people will never wake up. And that's okay if that's what they choose. But I can still want for them. I can't do anything about it. I can put out the words that I know. And hopefully it will ignite a spark or something inside of them and make them start researching. Because one of the things that we really must do, we must research and we must read. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. We must research and we must read. We have got to know all of this stuff is put right before us. And the reason the powers that be put it before us is because they believe in karma. So they get us to volunteer to a lot of things that we think is law, but it's not. It's volunteerism. And if you go to the 13th Amendment of the Constitution, it says that you can no longer be a slave, but for two reasons. One is voluntary servitude. We volunteer a lot. The other is if you commit a crime. Nobody talks about the prison that we have in our own minds. Because trust me, a lot of us are trapped in our own heads. We don't have nobody we can tell it to, because people make fun of you, even people you love. People that say they love you. It happens to the best of us, life and the issues of life. And I think that's why so many people come here and tolerate and participate in the destruction of people. We swear our enemy is the European. That's what we swear. But the way we treat each other on this platform is unthinkable. I had no clue what this life was like. I thought you got on here, did your thing. You get some supporters, they support you, and everybody is happy. It's not that way. But I still recommend that everybody that has a voice, if you have a voice and life experience of any sort, then I think you should get a YouTube channel. Because you may be great at something and you can share it with the world. I'm disabled and I'm not going to do much. So what I can do is talk. And so that's what I get on here and do. But you may, and I can cook, but I don't cook anymore. You can cook. Some people like to watch you prepare the food. Some people like to watch shopping for the food. Some people want to see you cooking the food. And we even have people want to see you eating the food. So it's all kinds on YouTube. I don't know if young ladies know how to sew anymore, but we used to could sew and make clothes. If you are a seamstress, you could be on YouTube showing people how to sew. Because I really do know people spend their money on what they like or what they want. They really do. But this little wolf woman, I want to share this with you guys. I've had some success making my shorts, and I'm very grateful.
This is the law.
Hold on, y'all. I don't want y'all to have that echo in y'all ear. Hold on. I gotta share it before I can stop it. Now,
As old and as true as the sky. And the wolf that shall keep it may prosper. But the wolf that shall break it must die. As the creeper that girdles the tree trunk, the law running forward and back. For the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack. Now, this is the law of the jungle.
Now, I just couldn't imagine how she would open up her opening statement with the law of the jungle. And if you don't understand Kipling's concept of the jungle, then you won't understand it either. They do things on purpose to ignite sensationalism and racism and prejudices. All of this stuff is done for a reason. It's contrived. I guarantee you, they know the majority of us have no clue about Kipling or the Jungle Book. But what I said was DA's quote of the Jungle Book passage he meant for evil. But it could also be viewed for good to those who can see and can hear. Remember, it's written, let those who have eyes, let them see, and let those who have ears, let them hear. Yeah. And what it says is it brought to light what was actually happening when the government allows laws that marginalize an entire race of people. So that's what she did, in my opinion. Now, perhaps not in anybody else's. But she's bringing awareness to the disparities that our sons face when they're sitting in those rooms. The saddest part about it is she's the one executing this stuff against them. And that's what hurts. I'm going to take her down. As I explained immunity, there are three types. There's use immunity, derivative immunity, and transactional immunity. And what's most important is it doesn't happen the way that happened overnight. It is a process. And normally it has to go through the judge issuing an order. It's called a compulsion order. And with that compulsion order, then you can give a person true immunity that will cover them giving up their Fifth Amendment right. In this case, they did not give this young man an opportunity, nor his attorney, because they knew that this man was working as his attorney, and they knew that back in 2021. And the they who's there in that courtroom who knew was Adriane Love. Perhaps Miss Hilton did not know. I don't know. But Adriane Love most definitely knew. But they spoke with him without his counsel. We have constitutional rights. And since we don't spend time learning the Constitution, we don't understand just how important that is and how much weight that carries. In your state, there is a state constitution. And for each one of the constitutions that give us our rights of liberty, it gives us the right to a jury trial. It gives us the right to counsel, the right to fair and not have unusual punishment, not to have long bails. And I'm talking about a bail like when you're going to jail, not ringing the bell. So it's really, really, really important that we start reading and get our dictionary when we start reading, because we may not comprehend the words. And even the words we think we comprehend. Lawyers have a special language. It's called legalese. They'll use the same words that we use, but it may have a different meaning in the conversation that you're having with them. So I would suggest that you get you an older dictionary. Go on the internet and get you a copy of the Constitution for the United States and the Constitution for your state. And start getting familiar with those things, because we really need to know them. That's how you put out a fire and smother the dragon. You learn their ways, and then you live by their rules. And when they break the rules, then what you must do, you must fight back with their same rules. Hey, Asatar, good to see you. Glad you're here. I know you passing through because you're with the boys, but good to see you. So we gotta understand that it is really, really real. But the system does work. We can see that. It works. It can either work for you or it can work against you. It's according to who and where you are in the game. And a lot of people liking it to chess and checkers. But there are two board games that most of us didn't play when we were growing up. We didn't get them for Christmas. And that was the game of life and the game of Monopoly. Now, a lot of Europeans did play those games. So they had a greater concept on life than we did from the jump. Everything we know is passed down or somebody told us. And what they know is passed down and somebody told them. But they also have the books. Many of them that we wrote before Reconstruction. Before the great book burning period. And of course, you know, if you don't research this stuff for yourself, then some would say that's misinformation. And it is not. It is written right in plain sight. But most of us, we're into the microwave living. We want it right now. We know it all. Nobody can tell us nothing. And if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. We're not going to find out why it doesn't work, how to make it work. Do we want it to work? Whatever it is. But we have a group of children that's growing up that are lost. They have no respect for nobody. And that's not all children growing up. Make no mistake about it. When I speak in plural, I'm not speaking of all, because it's all of nothing. I speak in the masses because that's who's affected by the marginalized living, by the food deserts, by the no insurance, inability to acquire credit, get a bank loan, get a job, go on vacation, enjoy a restaurant. We spend money, and that's because we really don't know its value and how it should be done. The things I've learned in the past 12, 13 years, boy, if I'd have only known. Would my life be different? I'd like to believe it would have been. My parents taught us things, but they taught us things and it seems more surface than detail. My mother was a budgeter. So I could have looked at the example. And she made way less money than I've made in my lifetime, in her lifetime. But she seemed to have had a handle on it far greater than myself. And she was a giver and a doer. The backbone of the family, as they would say. Let me see what Phyllis is saying. Learn the rules and use them for your good. We never had a chess game. Whatever game you play, learn the rules from the beginning. We are the only people who spend money, but never have any. I'm a living witness. If I would have learned the rules of credit, which nobody teaches you, by the way. I'm sure some parents teach their children, especially the educated ones. But even some of them don't understand how it works. Most people with money live off credit. They own nothing and run everything. They learn to know your closing date. And your closing date is different from your due date. And once your closing date comes, wait at least 7 days before you use that card again. Because you pay interest based on the balance at that time. So that's one trick that I wished I'd have known. The other trick is if you have a bank card, which is what everybody should want at least one. You use the bank card just like you pay your bills. You use your bank card to pay your bills. I'm talking credit. And then you pay your bills every month. So just pay that amount to your card so that you don't carry a balance. You build your credit score and they increase your limit every so many months. But the way things are now, pretty much everybody is living off of their credit. The only thing is, if you have high interest rates like my cards, then what you have to do, and I'm always on time. See, a lot of people think you need to understand as well. If you have great payment history, but you don't make money, it's just like you don't have a great credit score. It means nothing. They will find a way to use it against you. When you meet one criteria, there is a new one. And you meet that criteria, well, it shifts again. And that's to keep us out. And I'm talking the masses. The regular people. The everyday people. What's happening to these young men? Everybody should be outraged the way that these supposedly professional people that went to school are acting. It should be outrage everywhere. But it's not. There's no public outrage. Everybody has an opinion. And it's just like the news. You know, at one time, and I say this often, and I'm going to say a lot of things often because I'm talking about life. True stories. There was a time you had different news stations in your television area, and you would catch the story on one channel, or if you missed it on one channel, you could go catch it on another channel. And you could do that with all of the stations because they normally would have the stories. They didn't have the same. Right now, everything is the same exact thing. You cut on any news station, they're all saying the same stuff. And you just wonder, how could these people all be saying the same stuff? Makes no sense. And then you come here, and everybody's saying the same stuff. And I understand a hot story. That's not the point. Because I'm talking about these young men. I'm talking about their lives. I'm talking about their mental state. I call it emotional trauma. But the state in your mind, in your brain, what this must feel like, especially for the young men that's sitting in that courtroom and they're sitting there without bail. But people that have committed crimes, serious crimes, have been given plea bargains. And right before I started covering this trial, I was covering the trial penalty, which is plea bargains. They're trying to do away with the Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. And we're going to let them, because we're so busy entertaining ourselves and at odds with one another. When bills are passed, they include little things that we don't know about. Because enough of us don't know about the people that we're voting in office. But these people are political gangbangers. They operate under the same definition in which they give for gang members. It's 3 or more. A lot of them dress alike. They have signs that they use. They have their own special language. And they'll do whatever it takes in the furtherance of getting what they want. Is that not gang? Sounds like it to me. Some of them even have colors that they wear, specific. Sounds like it to me. But nobody want to have the real conversations. Nobody want to talk about the pain that these children grew up in. No, they just say they ought to do better. I didn't do it, so why they do it? I didn't do it. But need will make you do a whole lot of things that you wouldn't ordinarily do. And need could be the need of just nurturing. It doesn't necessarily have to be a material need. It could be just a need for a hug. You know, we're interdependent beings. Even though we're independent, we are to engage with one another. Touch, feel, enjoy, converse without judgment. But a lot of us, I would say the majority of us, carry a lot of baggage and a lot of pain that we haven't dealt with. And therefore we carry it into whatever relationship that we enter into. No matter how beautiful we seem, and we are some beautiful people, but we all fall short of other people's expectations, and sometimes even our own. That's just a given. Going back to the immunity, and that's what I do, in case you say, man, this woman is all over everywhere. My mind travels like that. And I am all over everywhere. But I can always bring you back. And I feel when I go into that place, I need to be there. Somebody may need to hear it. Maybe they don't. But I got to tell it anyway. And that may not make sense. But that's my reasoning. That's who I am. And that's what I came to share with the world. Me. Authentically me. No character. I call me Toothless Tiger before I ever got on the screen. Because I lost all of my teeth. But I still have my fight in me. So even when wounded, the tiger still bite and fight like a tiger. So it's not anything that will make me be ashamed. I'm happy to be alive. Learning after I gave birth to my only son that I had a 3rd-degree heart block that I was born with. I couldn't even process that at 22 years old. I couldn't believe those people. But I saw 3 cardiologists. And it all came out the same. I had a 3rd-degree heart block, so I had to get a pacemaker at 23. Because I waited a year. I had to go see all these doctors, different ones, because I just couldn't believe them. But I am, and my son is, a miracle and blessings. We are they. But I immediately got my tubes tied so that wouldn't happen to me. Being a married woman, we can't have any more. And it's just that simple. So going back to these young men and the immunity that they offered this young man, they forced him to give up his 5th Amendment right. He kept proclaiming he wanted to take the 5th. Once his lawyer contacted them, they knew the game had shifted, because this is a makeshift charge on all of these young men. If you ever listen to the trial at any point, and you have to go back now and listen to what has happened, because right now they're on hold because of all of the shenanigans and the judicial misconduct of the prosecutor and the judge. So right now they're on pause. Can you believe this trial has been going on for 18, now going on 19 months? They have a seated jury that's been off work for 2 weeks. And from what I understand, I don't know, but from what I'm understanding, that during this pause, they're not getting paid, and they only get paid $25 a day. So I'm sure some people may still have their jobs, some may not. But the ones who have their jobs, I guess now they have to go to work. And the judge's admonishment is that they can't talk about this case. They can't look at social media. They can't look at TV. I don't believe that they can go without doing that. I don't think it's anywhere they can go, not even in their own home, that somebody ain't going to mention something about this trial. It's almost impossible for that not to happen. Could you imagine being in their shape? $25 a day. And much of that goes for your meal if you eat, if you don't bring your own lunch. And you've been there for 18 months. And so they build this case on this young man, Mr. Copeland. From the day of her Wolfpack statement up to the day of the 7th of June, they thought they had him. But he had been telling them all along that he did not want to testify. He pleaded the fifth because of his behavior. And he said they put so many cases on him. He said he lied about everything. Do you take that literally or figuratively? You can weigh it out. I don't believe he's lying when he say he's hurting. And he don't know what to do and how to do it. I seen him one day talking to Charleston White on IG. And now he's going to all the different platforms. And I think I wanted to know, did I have mixed feelings? No, I don't. If everybody can make thousands off of him, why can't he get on here if that's allowed by the law? Because that's my only fear for him. I noticed the judge never admonished him, but he's only a witness. He's not even charged. He was just supposed to be a witness. But they wanted him to be a witness, to say what they wanted him to say, because they had been talking to him for the past 10 years. Every time he get in trouble. This is really, really, really a sad story. It has corruption on every end of the people that we were supposed to trust, that we vote in office, or that we pay their salaries, like the police and the detectives. And, they said that it's okay for them to lie to you. It's legal. That's why we need to know the difference between legal and lawful. It used to be legal for people that look like me not to be able to own a mirror or a hammer. That used to be legal. They call them the Christian black codes. It used to be legal for 2 or 3 of us not to be able to gather together. That used to be legal. And now, since it's not legal. Now they say wherever 3 is together, now it's a game. Go figure. A mother that has 5 boys. Go figure. A mother that has 3. So her sons playing in the yard and you don't know them and they may be dressed alike and you say they're a gang? I wish I could say may it never be. Unfortunately, I can't. There are all kind of sad stories on YouTube. Mothers and fathers losing 2 and 3 children the same time, months apart, or a year apart. Breaks your heart. But this young man, he knows him, and he wanted to take the 5th. They knew he wanted to take the 5th. The judge knew he wanted to take the 5th. He could say he didn't, but that's not true. You can tell by his actions. You see, you don't have to know a person personally to know what type of person they are. Because who they are, they're going to show you. When you meet them, and so many people I've met that I thought were just the best people, and I thought they were caring, and I thought they were interested in me, all had ulterior motives, because all are gone. And I'm not talking about my faithful subscribers. I'm not talking about my members. I'm not talking about my sisters and my brothers. I'm talking about people I've met that I thought we were supposed to collaborate and learn from each other. And, you know, we all said we were having fun together. All of that is a facade. These people are scammers, a lot of them. They're grafty after money. Then they tarnish your name, and the people, the herd, follows them. And you become the joke of the day. That's painful, but you get past it. And you keep going. The goal is to shut you down. They don't even know you, have no reason. But that's what they do. So that's just like it is out there in the real world. You grow up in a neighborhood. My brother used to tell me that stuff that mama told y'all about don't do this and don't do that. He said that don't work for me. Boys will try you. And if you don't fight back or stand up for yourself, then you become a puppet. And then everybody tells you what to do. A punching bag hit you upside the head. So that didn't happen to him. I wasn't a fighter. I had 3 fights and lost all 3. So I wasn't a fighter. Not with my body. I could fight with the pen and the paper. And that's the way I fight. So growing up in the hood, as we call it, because we don't own communities. There used to be times when we had communities. Where those young men grew up, they were communities. Of course, they were government, quote unquote government communities. But they were communities nonetheless. And so if somebody got something new and the others didn't, then they'll say, you think you better than me. So now I got to beat you up or take your stuff. Children ran together all the time in what she called packs. Everybody claimed they hood. They did that when I was young. And a lot of them made them some t-shirts and called themselves the little names of wherever they live, mainly in the projects. Because that's where most of us lived. Until they came up with Section 8. And we're not talking about the postal workers, the government workers, the school teachers. We know they had jobs, the preachers. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about the masses, the majority of the people. And we act like we forgot. But it wasn't until crack cocaine was brought to our neighborhoods that turned everybody's world upside down. when it was more important for a mother to get a bump than it was to feed her baby. Anything that can make you turn on your child, you know that has to be man-made, and it has to be very potent. And then I love the people that say, well, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. I didn't do it. You don't have to do it. They had to do whatever they had to do. And most people that did it didn't do it with the idea that they were going to become an addict. Somebody just told them, oh, you need to try this because this going to make you feel good. And so they wanted to feel better than what they were feeling, because when you can't feed your children, when you can't get a job, when you don't have transportation, then you want to feel better all the time. Unfortunately, you don't know that your chemical makeup and maybe whatever it is that you haven't resolved within you is going to cause you to crave that very thing. And it'll cause a mother, the giver of life, to turn her back on her babies. It'll cause her to do whatever it takes. Get out in the middle of the street and perform oral sex. Just for that next high. And everybody think it's funny. It's a joke. But that has happened to people that I know. And the drug took them out. And they have a saying in recovery. Some have to be unalived so that others can live. You can't save everybody. But if we can start understanding the hopeless conditions in which most people are living, we have homeless working people who can't afford rent nowhere. They're not looking at the big picture in Atlanta. I don't know how many people know it, and I didn't follow it real deep, but I did watch some of those shows and those hearings when they was having them. They were talking about cop cities. People don't really understand what's going on. They think this is just a joke, and this is about rap music. No, he's a rapper that had money, no matter how much, and they wanted to drain it. Could you imagine being a prosecutor, making X amount of dollars, being a judge, and a brigadier general, by the way, making X amount of dollars? And here you got these little kids that ran the streets and did all kind of manner of minor crimes, some major, but changed their lives. And just because they can take some words and put it to the beat of music and make millions, do you think that some people think that that's great? Everybody not happy for you. I had to learn that the hard way. Had learned the lesson I thought when I came to the metaverse. But trickery comes in all shapes, forms, and fashions. So you just take your licking and you just keep on ticking. That's what you learn to do. And if it makes you feel some type of way, I believe in feeling your feelings. To me, your best friend is a piece of paper and a utensil to write with. If you can't talk to anybody, you can talk to that paper. And once you get it out of you, you can decide whether to keep it to measure your growth, if it's too painful, to tear it up, shred it, or burn it up. Just don't burn down wherever you are. But get rid of it. And I'm happy for people who don't think about things that happened yesterday. That ain't me. that probably won't never be me. Unless, my mind is gone and I can't remember yesterday. But as long as I live, there are events in my life that I'll never forget. And never stop talking about them whenever I feel like talking about them. But these young men are sitting there on crimes of some of those young men that were committed back in 2013, 2014. In order to bring the RICO charges, it has to be in the last 4 years. So 1 or 2 of those guys have still gotten in trouble. And so they're going to pull all these guys together who no longer run in the same pack, as she said, who are now grown, they think, because they're like 30, 31, living totally different lives than what they did when they were 20, 19, 18. And they're going to bring that and say that in furtherance of a gang, Atlanta is not a gang state. So they brought in, I'm going to say they shipped in some Inglewood family bloods. They call them If Gang. So that they could establish this stuff is orchestrated. Everything that happens starts in the mind of somebody. And then they put it to writing. And one thing that's written in the Sun book, in order to succeed, put the vision down. Now they have what they call vision boards. Could have been here all along. We just learned about them recently. But the thing of it is, put the vision down. Make you a board. Manifest the vision. So they brought these guys in. And then, we had Katrina. And we all know what we believe about Katrina. But people migrated to Atlanta. And they had some characters. Because in most urban neighborhoods, there are characters. Our neighborhoods are worse than third world countries in some places. Our children are so far behind. Even our valedictorians. And we are happy and excited about our children, as we should be. But it's so much they're not being taught. They're not going to be competitive. And now we got so many people with degrees that are out of work, and AI is here to stay. It's really, really sad. Everybody want to talk, but nobody wants solutions. They tell us to get up, get off welfare, do this. That's all most of us know and have. So I'm to go homeless so that you can feel good about me doing something? Most people that have addiction problems, they don't have what it takes to start over. Nobody's going to give them a free place to live, a car to drive, a job to work on. Very hard. How do a person like that start over? We know it can be done. We've seen many people do it. So that's not the issue. But like I said, today, we have people that go to work every day from their car. And some from a park bench or wherever they can go. And a lot of the restaurants now lock their doors after a certain hour. They used to go in all-night restaurants. You know, like your McDonald's, your Jack in the Boxes, things of that nature. But they kind of like cut that out. So they have officers. They call them officers. They have police that have unalived some young men. And the district attorney, Fonnie Willis, refused to bring charges against those men. But she went after the ex-president for voting fraud, and then these young men for their past that many have paid for. RICO takes away the double jeopardy. The immunity that they gave this young man, and they kept stressing use immunity. For them to give immunity, and I have 2 videos that speak to immunity, and I'm going to change the name of the first one so that you can understand it. I was going to read that information, but I don't have to read it again. I've read it. But we need to listen to the first one so we can understand what the judge's role was supposed to be. And it don't happen with, I got an email yesterday and this morning I'm here at 8 o'clock for you to sign this immunity deal. That young man, when he got to court, he didn't know that he was going to have to talk. He didn't know they had given him immunity. And the judge announced it so proudly, like they gave him a Christmas gift. That's unbelievable. The judge, the way he has been in this all along, making statements like, we didn't know what he was going to say. We don't this. We don't. What? Who is we? You're supposed to be the I've never heard a referee. And since they don't talk, I've just never seen one go out there and join the football team or the basketball team or the soccer team or whatever team it is. They do their job, and that's called plays. Kelly says, from what his lawyers said, it was forced immunity. Woody said he was put in a cell with no water and begged for water. This is horrible. Yes, it is. And it was forced immunity. That's what I'm saying. It was forced. Because he didn't know he was going to get it. They only came up with the immunity after the man sent them an email on the 6th telling them telling her that his client is going to take the 5th. I'm going to show Phil, but let me show y'all the email that dropped, because that's the name of the video. This is the infamous email where she stood in the court and said he told her to F you. But she didn't give the content and the context of what and why it was said to her. And again, this young man who posted this was on X. And so one thing that I have learned, if I haven't learned anything else, is to always give people credit for what they do. His name is Joseph Papp. Joseph. And the state finally responded. Some of them put the the link so that you can go get it. Some people just go to their links and go and just buy it. But me, I don't do any of that. If I see something, then I'll get it off of here. They were talking about, Mr. Steele talking about talking about, I lost my thought. I saw my name on here and I just lost my total thought. It's going to come to me what Mr. Steele was talking about, what I want to say. I don't know if that's too blurry for you guys, but I'm going to read it to you. Because, man, me and these reading glasses and these eyes, it be blurring up on me sometimes. It says this message is from an external sender. And this message came from outside Fulton County government. Use caution. Okay, and then it says, my concern is for my client. This is Mr. Milnick. And I don't think y'all can see that part. Maybe it's too... Oh, I'm not up there. Let me let y'all see that part. So y'all can see that this is from Jonathan Milnick. This is to Simone Hilton, Adriane Love, and he CC'd in reference to Kenneth Copeland. Now this didn't have no CC other than the two district attorneys is what I can see. He said that he sent it to the defense attorneys, is what she said. So the defense attorneys showed what she sent them, and it didn't have this in it. So that lady just blatantly lies, and the judge knows it. It says, Friday, June 7th at 11:56. Now, y'all do know at 11:56, they had already given him the use immunity. They had already done that. That was Friday. They hadn't had the ex parte conversation. They got the email from Mr. Milnick, the ones that Mr. Steele has, and then they responded, and that, I believe they called the judge that evening, but they say they got it signed that morning. They came to court that morning and gave him immunity. And they said, and do know Fonnie Willis had to be the one to give the word to do that. Adriane Love couldn't do that on her own. The DA did. So we got to know that she has her hand, because she is the DA, in both of these horrible, horrible RICO cases. And that's what happens when you allow yourself to become greedy. Because, again, I take all of this back to the Orca money. The millions that they get, and they don't give an account for their money. There is no checks and balances. My job was taught me to follow the money. If you follow the money, you'll find the crime. But he said, my concern is for my client. Had I been involved, I would have demanded a much more specific immunity deal. You need him much more than he needs you. You've put him in a terrible position where you know his life is in danger, whether in custody or on the street. He's a marked man from this point forward. He said, go F yourself if you think I'm doing anything besides protecting my client. On Friday, June 7, 2024 at 11:37 a.m., Adriane Love. Is your concern for your client or for Mr. Steele's and Mr. Short's? Now, y'all do know this conversation took place after No, let me go back. This took place. So, see, if this conversation took place at 11:53:37, I'm just now thinking, if this took place I can guarantee you what I said is true. Okay. I don't know if you guys know it or not, but I said in one of the older, hey, daughter Zion. Hey, so Alicia, yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading. I didn't see y'all come in. It's good to see you guys. Y'all, let me tell you something. This conversation happened Friday after he got up there and took the fifth. And they sent him out. Okay? That's why at the end of that day, and I did a short about it. At the end of that day, she told the judge that she wanted an ex parte meeting. She said that in open court. So I guess nobody really, had anything to say about that, because she did say that in open court. I have it on video. The problem is, they said Melnick sent her an email that evening at 6. Well, Mr. Melnick told him before he left the courtroom that day. He told them that his client is going to come back Monday and plead the fifth. That's why they locked him up. But he wasn't going to be there. That's why I believe, and I showed y'all the calendar of all the dates they've been off and stuff. Mr. Melnick had his vacation in the docket of wherever he is. But the judge said because he didn't have it filed in this case, but they was being dirty. How did he know in December that they were going to call his client on June 7th? And the worst part is, they pretend they couldn't move him and bring somebody else in to testify. Because Adriane Love said, and I did this in a video, that he was the building blocks. And they were going to build everything off of his testimony. So they was going to set up all of this mess. They wanted all of them videos to come in, all of these lies, and the way they asked questions, and the way they dropped things, as Adriane Love did. She had a habit of lying and saying the wrong stuff, or introducing stuff that the judge had, what do you call that? I swear when I get on this YouTube, it's like I can't talk, and Lord knows I can talk. But when I get on here, I be talking about, well, I do that in real life too. What I say? What I'm talking about? Y'all just have to excuse me. I call that sometimers. So sometime I'm out here, sometime I'm not. But it's all good in the hood. Kenneth said, now I understand why he said if he testified, he'd no longer represent him. Yes, that's why he said that. And that's why she came with the paperwork. She came with that paperwork in the event. She was going to come because, his lawyer needed to be there. But she came with the paperwork in the event he said he was going to testify. If he'd have told him he was going to. So he never changed his story that he was going to testify. They forced him to testify. And they gave him use immunity, which is not the best immunity. Now, the way this Georgia Witness Protection Immunity Act is, it says even the best is transactional. It may be best to keep you out of jail and being prosecuted, but it says it's not the best for you as a person, because one of the reasons people don't want to testify is because they don't want their family to know all the stuff that they've done. Regina said the prosecution was using Woody as their building block to build a case, yes, against Young Thug, yes. And she said that in open court. But what this use immunity It only covers what he says on the witness stand, providing he doesn't say anything that anybody outside of, and when I say outside of, I'm talking about the DA, because the defense can find something that could be questionable, or the DA can find something that they want to actually prosecute by him telling everything. But they're not supposed to. But they said that if they found something out independent from him saying that, and the way their experts didn't even have to have reports. So, I mean, you know, if you look at those experts that they had, those experts actually was taking Woody's story. That's where they came up there and testified. All of those policemen came off of Woody's stories. And Woody said he told them whatever he could to keep from getting knocked up. Sometime he lied, sometime he didn't. He don't know what he said. But what they did, the judge was complicit, because the judge is supposed to look at this thing. It's supposed to be timely. It's not supposed to be in an instant. Number one, most people aren't given immunity. That's number one. And the immunity comes with, like, the racketeering. But it's the witness immunity provision of the Crime Control Act is where it comes from. But Georgia was putting theirs together because they have the Georgia's witness immunity. And it's the statute, explication, and recommendation for judicial development. And this guy, I can't pronounce his name, Rolled somebody. I'm not going to even try to mess up that man's name. But I'm going to tell y'all, if y'all want to really see for real somebody who covered this story like nobody's business, his name is Adriane Films. And I think I copied his link so I could drop it. Adriane Films. And he has the corner store also. 9 or something like that. That little old fella, boy, he cold with it. I mean, he has really just solved this murder. Solved this case. All this that this DA and them doing, they could really stop doing all that if they just look at his thing. Okay, let me just read a little of this. I didn't want to, but I want to. I really want people to understand. In 1975, the Georgia General Assembly enacted a comprehensive witness immunity statute providing for a procedure to obtain the testimony of persons who refuse to testify on self-incrimination grounds. That procedure is summarized in the following excerpt from the Act. Whenever in the judgment of the Attorney General or any district attorney, the testimony of any person or the production of evidence of any kind by any person in any criminal proceeding, y'all hear how many any's that was? Before a court or grand jury is necessary to the public interest, then the Attorney General or the district attorney may request the Superior Court in writing to so order that person to testify or produce the evidence. Now, they say they may request it in writing. Upon order of the court, that person shall not be excused from testifying or producing any evidence required on the basis of his privilege against self-incrimination, but no testimony or other evidence required under the order or any information directly or indirectly derived from such testimony or evidence may be used against the person in any proceedings or prosecution for a crime or offense concerning which he testified or produced evidence under court order. Now, normally these people that they're talking about are normally people that they grant the immunity to, or people who are charged or involved in the case. This man is not charged or involved in the case, but they've centered their whole case around him. The state is not obligated to extend transactional immunity to witnesses. That's the best one. Testifying under a compulsion order issued in pursuance of this law. As stated by the Georgia Supreme Court, the act authorized only a grant of use and derivative use immunity. Thus, the state may not use, so listen to that, witness testimony or any investigatorial leads derived from the testimony to develop a criminal case against him. If the prosecution can prove that its case was developed totally independently from the compelled testimony, however, it may proceed against the witness without violating his Fifth Amendment right to be protected against compulsory self-incrimination. Now tell me if that ain't a bunch of giggly goo. Furthermore, the Witness Immunity Act does not prescribe the prosecution of an immunized witness for perjury committed while testifying under a compulsion order. Finally, any witness who defies a court order to testify after being accorded use and derivative use immunity by a superior court judge may be adjudged in contempt and committed to the county jail until such time as he purges himself of contempt by testifying as ordered. Now, that line, Adriane, she said that eloquently. But most people that are given immunity are people who are willing to testify, but they don't want to incriminate themselves, so they plead the Fifth. This young man never said he wanted to testify. He always pleaded the Fifth. The Georgia Witness Immunity Law was enacted just 3 years after the United States Supreme Court held in Castiger versus United States that a federal use and derivative use immunity provision included in the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970 afforded adequate protection for the Fifth Amendment guarantee against compulsory self-incrimination. Prior to Castiger, the Supreme Court had rather consistently maintained the position that nothing less than a grant of transactional immunity would suffice to supplant the great right of the Fifth Amendment. So they saying if you don't have transactional immunity, then you don't have protections of the Fifth Amendment. And what they go on to say is whatever you have can't overrule that right. But they did when they coerced him and forced him by giving it to him, and he didn't even know they had given it to him. And then they give you the case law. We are clearly of opinion that no statute which leaves the party or witness subject to prosecution after he answers the incriminating questions put to him can have the effect of supplanting the Fifth Amendment privilege conferred by the Constitution of the United States. In view of the constitutional provision, a statutory enactment to be valid must afford absolute immunity against future prosecutions for the offense to which the question relates. The exegesis of the scope of the Fifth Amendment right was repeatedly reaffirmed by the Supreme Court until 1964. In that year, however, the court initiated a gradual movement away from its established position by its rulings in two profoundly significant cases relating to the question of witness immunity grants. First, in the case of Malloy and Hogan, the court ruled that the Fifth Amendment privilege against compulsory self-incrimination was fully applicable to the states through the 14th Amendment Due Process Clause. Applying the doctrine of selective incorporation, a 5-member court majority agreed that the Fifth Amendment guarantee was one of those fundamental rights essential to a scheme of ordered liberty and therefore must be protected against state abridgment by the 14th Amendment as rigorously as the right was protected against federal violation by the Fifth Amendment. Justice Brennan for the court averred that it would be incongruous to have different standards determine the validity of a claim of privilege based on the same feared prosecution, depending on whether the claim was asserted in a state or federal court. Therefore, the same standards must determine whether an accused's silence in either a federal or state proceeding is justified. Thus, whatever rules and procedures might be adopted to protect the right in federal courts would henceforth be required in state courts as well. Since transactional immunity had been established as the sine qua non to justify a compulsion order to secure the testimony of obdurate witnesses in federal cases, it must be assumed that states under the Malloy ruling would be obliged to adopt the same practice in order to comply with the court's interpretation of the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause. However, in Murphy v. Waterfront Commission, decided on the same day as Malloy, the court injected an element of confusion into the issue, while apparently attempting simply to promote national state comity. Now I want to go down to where it talks about the transactional. Transactional immunity provided an overly broad and wasteful degree of protection for the Fifth Amendment privilege. As Powell evaluated the matter, the Fifth Amendment, he noted, had been held to preclude use of coerced confessions in Miranda v. Arizona. A coerced confession, Powell observed, as revealing of leads as testimony given in exchange for immunity, is inadmissible in a criminal trial, but it does not bear prosecution. The two situations were analogous to Powell. The court had constantly ruled coerced confessions inadmissible in the government's case in chief, but had never ruled that one who had been coerced into confessing to a crime must invariably be set free. Furthermore, a defendant who, that's how they get them to take them plea bargains, and even though they know they're not guilty, they'll send them on to prison because they confessed. Claimed that he had been compelled to confess to a crime or to make incriminatory statements had to prove at a pretrial taint hearing that such statements were the products of governmental coercion. On the other hand, as Powell asserted, one raising a claim under this statute, Organized Crime Control Act of 1970, need only show that he testified under a grant of immunity in order to shift to the government the heavy burden of proving that all of the evidence it proposes to use was derived from legitimate independent sources. Thus, the federal use and derivative use immunity law was even more protective of a witness' Fifth Amendment privilege than the court's ruling in Miranda. A ruling generally regarded as manifesting an extraordinarily litigation, that's not right, latitudinarian, something, I don't know what that is, latitudinarian, that's what that is, interpretation of the constitutional guarantee. Now somebody might can pronounce that better, but I know it's latitudinarian. So I'm going to go with that. I'm sorry, y'all. I tickled myself. Ooh. For all practical purposes, the Castinger decision not only affirmed the constitutionality of the federal witness immunity law, but validated a priori any properly drafted state use and derivative use immunity statute. In Malloy v. Hogan, it will be recalled, the court stipulated that the Fifth Amendment guarantee against compulsory self-incrimination was to be protected against state abridgments by the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause to the same extent and according to the same standards which were applied to protect that right against federal abridgment. On the same day Castinger was decided, however, the court terminated any further speculation on this matter by explicitly upholding a state witness immunity statute modeled after its federal counterpart. That decision provided the direct constitutional authority for the implementation of the new Georgia Witness Immunity Act. Okay, now I'm going to go down to the very end and read about transactional, and then we're going to go on with our show. Because I want to read the part where it's telling about the transactional, even, if a person gets transactional, they won't be prosecuted, but it could ruin their whole life. That's basically what it's saying. I think it's even, I see it in here. I'm going to start at the top. The Fifth Amendment provision that no person be compelled to be a witness against himself in any criminal proceeding is the linchpin of our accusatorial system. While it is axiomatic that no constitutional right is absolute, the great right of the Fifth Amendment merits a degree of protection comparable to the fundamental guarantees of the First Amendment. Therefore, Georgia's courts ought to be extraordinarily cautious in determining whether or not to displace that right by compelling witnesses to testify in criminal proceedings. To confess to participation in criminal transactions in exchange for use and derivative use immunity from prosecution. And see, this didn't happen to this young man because he didn't get a chance to make any decisions. They did it for him because he told them he wanted to take the fifth. And here it goes, the one I wanted y'all to hear. Even a grant of transactional immunity would not leave a witness compelled to testify to criminal involvement in the same position as if he had successfully invoked his Fifth Amendment guarantee, since, although he could not be prosecuted for transactions about which he testified, he would very likely be subject to informal social reprisals and possibly become vulnerable to civil lawsuits as well. Consequently, it would be most appropriate for Georgia courts to apply a preferred status doctrine, similar to that utilized by federal and state courts to protect First Amendment freedoms in evaluating requests for compulsion orders. In essence, secure compelled testimony, whether emanating from the prosecution or the defense, would be presumed violative of the Fifth Amendment right to silence. Under this doctrine, only the most cogent and persuasive arguments that a compulsion order is essential to the public interest or to prevent a gross injustice from being inflicted on a defendant would suffice to sustain a petition for witness immunity. Judicial control over the issuance of compulsion orders and the principle that such orders based on grants of immunity must be made available equally to the defense and prosecution appear tentatively to have been read into the due process clause of the 5th and 14th Amendments by federal courts. Although the United States Supreme Court has not formally affirmed the Ninth Circuit Court's ruling in Alicio, the fact that the nation's highest court has allowed that ruling to stand implies endorsement. Georgia courts, therefore, would have ample grounds for asserting judicial control over the issuance of compulsion orders. Furthermore, I was right at furthermore, and I seen more and now I don't see it. By exercising that authority in a manner consistent with the preferred status doctrine suggested above, Georgia courts could challenge the nation to move forward a more demanding standard of due process. Historically, the United States Supreme Court has assumed the role of guardian of our basic constitutional guarantees, protecting them against the seemingly omnipresent threat of attenuation by state governments. That at least has been the impression created by the case law developing the 14th Amendment Due Process Clause as it applies to state criminal cases. While state courts are obligated to apply due process norms established by the United States Supreme Court as the minimal definition of fundamental fairness in criminal cases, there is nothing. Let me pull this up. I seen my little nothing a while ago. There is nothing in the federal Constitution which precludes state courts from establishing due process norms even more protective of the defendant's right than those required by the Supreme Court. By applying a preferred status doctrine in cases involving the guarantee against compulsory self-incrimination, Georgia courts could demonstrate that the United States Supreme Court is not alone in its efforts to evaluate the standards of due process. Concomitantly, Georgia courts could thereby promote the public interest by encouraging the protection and punishment of all persons involved in criminal transactions. So what they tried to do was they tried to say that he was in danger for his life based on that email that he sent her on that day. That's why she asked for that ex parte that evening. And then they met secretly that Monday morning for 2 hours. So it is very, very, very sad when we can see this happening and more people are not outraged about it. And what can you do? You can file a complaint. That's what you can do. You can file a judicial complaint. You don't have to live in that state to file a complaint. You know, everybody say they love the Lord and they stand for something, but when it comes to doing the right thing, they say, well, it's not my business and I'm not involved. It's not today. The day it becomes your business might be the day that you want somebody to help you, but you ain't going to be able to holler out to them because they're going to do you like they did Woody. Put him in jail. Nobody knew where he was. His lawyer tried to go visit him, but he didn't know where he was. Because he was supposed to have been at Rice Street, but they had moved him. I think he said to DeKalb County. And I said, I gave you, so Alicia, hey, I gave you your flowers on my show this morning. And so Alicia said, oh, thank you, Az. I did catch the replay. I truly appreciate you. Yeah, that's absolutely beautiful, Asatar. You always giving everybody their flowers. It's just unfortunate they forget. That's life and you can't change it to save your life, so we keep going. Okay, so now here we are. We're going to look at Phil a little bit so we can get an understanding of what's going on. I think I just took him down. We can get a feel of what's going on with the supplemental, because Brian still, you know, he filed a motion asking that the Glanville be recused. Also, that Glanville, he let them know Glanville, Hilton, and Love will be added to his witness list because of the ex parte conversation, which is reversible error. Because of that, they are now witnesses in the case, and he wants to call them to task. And Phil Holloway is a lawyer, and he's very good in breaking down some parts of the legal. I look at quite a few legal, and they do a pretty good job. This girl that's Melanie, she says that I'm not a lawyer, but she gives excellent commentary. I'm going over here so I can pull up Phil.
Through 25.7 in the method.
Sorry about that, y'all. Y'all gonna come on here one day and my stuff gonna be so smooth and so easy. I'm gonna learn how to cut all of that out, because I see people have that cut out and then they have themselves right like down in here or something. I'm gonna learn that one day. Just not today. Here we go, y'all.
In manner prescribed by our local rules. So this written order is entered. I will enter the order transferring it, and until such time as those two things are decided, then we'll be in recess until that time. And we will just inform our jurors that they're content until they're not supposed to come back on Monday until Monday anyway. So I will have Deputy Ingram and Ms. Umana indicate to them that they are still on recess and we're continuing to work.
And welcome back Inside the Law. I'm your host, Philip Holloway, joining you from the secret underground lair.
I'll be popping in from time to time to give commentary, but it's amazing how humble he was once he found out from the Supreme Court that he has to now turn this over to somebody else, because he was very arrogant on what he was not going to do. And he treated the men so mean. I could imagine how they used to treat us when, it was just one or two of us in the field, and how they would talk to us. That's how he treats them. And that's really, 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 really sad. But y'all know, I really believe that Judge Glanville is confused, because he worked, in the Veterans Court, and the rules are a little lax in the Veterans Court, and I think that he's confusing the Superior Court, the strictness and adherence to the ethics, to the Veterans Court. But let's go ahead and hear Phil, and then I'll show that later.
Have to talk about the supplemental motion to recuse Judge Glanville, filed by Young Thug's attorney Brian Steele. For those of you who have been following along this case with us here Inside the Law, you will remember that Judge Glanville, what you just witnessed in that clip, he did a 180-degree turn. He seemed to be dug in. He seemed to be entrenched in his position that he did nothing wrong. And by the way, how dare you, Brian Steele, question my having this ex parte communications with the prosecutor and a witness in the case without telling anybody? How dare you? And by the way, if you don't tell me how you found out about this, I'm going to throw you in jail, Mr. Steele. Yeah, that's all the, sort of nonsense that we've been seeing that's going on in this Young Thug YSL trial. And now, of course, it's on pause. It's been on pause for several days. And, Judge Krause, who is another Superior Court judge in Fulton County, has ordered the state, they extended their deadline, but by 5 o'clock today, and I think it's 2:42 Eastern time now, so I think by the close of business here today, they're supposed to file their responsive brief as to why Judge Glanville should not be kicked off the case, and by extension, why that ex parte communication was not illegal. And I'm going to tell you, I'm glad I'm not the one that has to make that argument, because in my opinion, as I've said here before, that ex parte communication was unlawful, it was unethical, and there's some limited exceptions that allow for ex parte in very, very, very limited circumstances. None of them apply here. But that's not the purpose of this live stream. Welcome to all of you who are joining us here live, and to who may be joining us by replay video after we're finished. This is something that I decided to do at the spur of the moment, almost, because I was reading over this over the last couple of days. I've read over this. Let's just add it to the stage here. This supplemental motion to recuse Judge Glanville, filed by my friend and colleague Brian Steele. And I've got to tell you something. Listen, if I ever need anybody to write me a nasty letter as a lawyer, I'm going to get Brian Steele to do it, because that man knows how to use the English language.
Good thing he said that, because lawyers attend actually seminars to learn semantics and to stay up on semantics. Also, government entities, or I should say governmental entities, all of the players are known as actors. That's a legal definition. You can Google it. They're known as actors. They're acting. And we see this in this case. But legally, the definition, you can find it. Just Google it. I have it, and I can put it up, but we want to listen to him. I want to apologize to whoever has come in. I see we have at least 10 people for my internet. I bought me an Ethernet mesh, and it's supposed to make it not buffer, but it's still buffering, so I'm not going to say why it's buffering, but we're just going to deal with it until I figure this out. So if you can bear with me, I'll try to get it back as fast as I can. I would greatly appreciate it.
I mean, my goodness, this is a fantastic supplemental motion. But look, we're not going to, unfortunately, it's this PDF version I have is 238 pages. So we're not going to go over all of it, but I did spend some time highlighting some things that I thought were important. And so let's just get into it. All right. It's a supplemental motion to recuse Judge Glanville. And you may remember from some of our other live streams. And by the way, if you're new here inside the law, what we do is we try to use cases that are in the news to learn something about how the real justice system works. Okay. So what can we learn from this? Well, under Georgia law, if a lawyer has reason to believe that a judge has done something worthy of having him or her recused or removed from any particular case, the lawyer only has 5 days to file something and to take some action. Otherwise, it's waived. Well, so we had this ex parte communication taking place, and eventually Judge Glanville got around, after lots of legal maneuvering and lots of pressure. And I think there was some other things that factored into him doing this 180 as well. But nevertheless, he did come around to releasing the transcript. And there's a question about whether it's the entire transcript or not. But he released a transcript of what happened in his chambers in this thing. And so the lawyers, of course, doing their job, went through and read all of that transcript, and they've discovered some other things. One thing that stood out to me when I looked at this supplemental motion to recuse, I don't know if you can see, but right here you've got, I've never seen a footnote reference right here. It says 1, 2, and 3. It's got footnotes 1, 2, and 3 referenced in the title to a pleading. So that was certainly creative. And so this cues me in that a lot of what we see in the substance of the motion itself is nothing new. It's all a reiteration of why ex partes are I was going to say illegal. You know, there are some appropriate uses for an ex parte, none of which apply here, but the substance of the motion, a lot of it's the same. It talks about why you shouldn't engage in ex parte communications, why it's unfair. And so we don't have to replow that same dirt. But what it does, this puts me on notice to look in the footnotes. And here we go. In the footnotes, I mean, he comes out of here swinging. Listen, it says this motion applies here. See, it's not only to Judge Glanville now. This motion applies to Assistant DA Love and Hilton. And Brian doesn't even refer to them as Assistant DA. He calls them lawyers Love and Hilton, in addition to Judge Glanville. Now,
and one of the reasons he's doing that is because they're not behaving as their title. And, you know, a lot of people say that's petty, but petty as it may be, truth is truth. And if you don't call it out, if you just go along with it, you know, then nothing will ever change. But in legal writing, you got to really be sincere, honest, to the best of your ability. Whether it's true or not, that's for somebody else to determine. But you tell your truth to the best of your ability. And you cannot sugarcoat stuff and leave stuff out because you don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. It's not about feelings. And what has happened is Glanville has disrespected him and allowed this woman, Love, to totally eviscerate him. You know, she tries to emasculate every man in her way, I guess. And she's supposed to be a married woman with male sons. I don't know. But she come across as, I know she's hungry and she wants Fonny's job. So she come across as just bulldozing and bulldogging her way through. And, you know, some people say, well, she's doing what the state's supposed to do. No. In the code of conduct, everybody's supposed to get treated with dignity and respect. Ain't nothing wrong with you using your voice and inflecting and going on. This is nothing but acting. So it's nothing wrong with you being the best actress. But she's violating codes of conduct and she's doing judicial misconduct. And so is the judge. So that's why he doesn't call them honorable. Because all attorneys and any public official, their title is the honorable. Okay.
Now, normally when Brian Steele refers to a judge in writing or orally, and I've known the man for over 25 years, it's almost without exception, he refers to everybody as honorable this and honorable that and honorable court, honorable judge, honorable, even attorneys he refers to us as, you know, with the word honorable. It's just a polite way of, you know, addressing members of the profession. He doesn't say honorable lawyers Love and Hilton or honorable Judge Glanville. He says all three of these people are material witnesses now in the case at bar, and they all will be called by Mr. Williams during trial, if it ever picks back up, to show judicial and prosecutorial misconduct. Okay? So he's alleging now this thing is getting legs. It's actually expanding a little bit too. Now we're alleging prosecutorial misconduct. And so he's trying to get these assistant DAs off. And he doesn't say the entire Fulton DA's office, but he does say that he wants these two lawyers off the case. All right. So let's go ahead and, by the way, I will do my best to try to answer questions. I see the chat is really, really kicking. I'm not able, based on the way my platform is set up here, I'm not able to switch easily back and forth between a PDF and then the screen where I can see the, yes, it is a Buc-ee's shirt, Kim. I did see that question. But I'm not able to easily switch back and forth between the screens to see the chat. So, super chats will automatically be starred. We've got a couple of moderators in here doing a great job. And if they find interesting questions, they'll put a star by them if they can. And I'll do my best to try to answer any questions at some point, but I'm just not able to switch back and forth all that easily. But footnote number 2, moving right along, says this motion also timely moves to recuse Honorable Judge Krause, based on the fact that she sits on the Fulton County Superior Court bench with Judge Glanville, and that in April 2024, Judge Glanville contributed $2,000 to the Honorable Judge Krause's reelection campaign. Now, let me stop there for a second. It's not uncommon for lawyers or even judges to make political donations to other judges. In fact, it can be fairly common. But $2,000 is not an insignificant one. It's not like, we saw in the Donald Trump RICO case, there was a kerfuffle about Judge McAfee having donated between him and his wife a total of $500 before he was a judge to Fannie Willis when she was running for DA 4 years ago. But this is a $2,000 donation from Judge Glanville to Judge Krause, and it was made in April of 2024 while this trial was going on. Again, there's nothing wrong with the donation per se, but it could give somebody, a reasonable person looking at this, it could give them a reason to doubt whether or not she can be completely objective, considering the fact that Judge Glanville recently made a very large donation to her campaign. Now, the next part that's highlighted, this has been revised because this has been taken out. Apparently, this was put in by mistake. This says that Krause donated $500 to Glanville in 2023, but apparently that's not the case. So it looks like it was one-way donation from Glanville to Krause. And so they cite some case law, and they say that would justify Judge Krause removing herself from the case because it gives the appearance that maybe she can't be impartial. Okay? It's a pretty straightforward argument. Judge Krause has already denied that aspect of this motion. So Judge Krause, who is a colleague on the Superior Court bench with Judge Glanville, has said she will not recuse herself, nor will she recuse the entirety of the Fulton County bench, as she was requested to do by Doug Weinstein in another filing of his. All right, so whether she should or shouldn't, I personally think that all of the judges in Fulton County should have recused themselves, and they should have brought in a judge from somewhere else. Judge Glanville, being the chief judge, while he is not her boss, he is a he's a fixture. He's been there a long time. And, I would imagine that he carries a lot of weight amongst his colleagues. They're all independent elected officials. And so they all get to, make their own decisions. It's not like Judge Glanville can fire her or can take her pay away from her or take any punitive action. They are equal in terms of their authority and their power. The chief judgeship rotates amongst all the lawyers. Amongst all the judges periodically, whether it's every year, every 2 years, whatever. So being the chief judge means that you've got some additional administrative roles on the court. And so they share that, and they rotate it around, and whoever the chief judge is gets a little bit of extra money in their paycheck for being the chief judge. But again, that's something that's just for administrative duties. He does not have any direct control or supervisory role over Judge Krause. I've been getting a lot of questions about that, so I wanted to go ahead and clear that up before we move on. I like footnote number 3. The undersigned counsel derives no happiness when filing this supplemental motion. However, let justice be done though the heavens fall. Actually, the heavens will not fall by unmasking biased and unethical members of the bar. I love it.
I love it too. He write like I write. I should say I write like he write. however it goes, but it doesn't. Well, that's absolutely beautiful because you should be authentic, and I'm telling you, it's respected. Whether people believe you or not doesn't matter. They said my writing was mumbo jumbo. That's what the YouTube, actually Google attorney said. And that was so funny. But you have to really be sincere and just write what's going on with you. Don't ever fight somebody else's fight. Stay focused and fight your fight. That's what you do. Here we go.
The heavens will not fall by unmasking biased and unethical members of the bar. A motion to recuse, he reminds us, is timely filed if it's filed within 5 days after the affiant. That's the person who has to attach the affidavit at the end, which is Brian Steele and his co-counsel. They filed the affidavit. That's part of this 233 pages. We're not, and we'll look at some of that, not all of it, but within 5 days, not including the weekend, that's when they had the opportunity to look through the transcript of the ex parte. So it says, thus, this supplement to motion to recuse is timely filed as the additional reasons for recusal were first learned on Monday, July 1st, when Judge Glanville permitted the court reporter to release the transcript of the Monday, June 10 ex parte meeting between Glanville, Hilton Love, the Honorable Attorney Bumpus, and her client, sworn witness Kenneth Copeland, and others, that being sheriff's deputies and whatnot. He goes on to say Glanville's ex parte with a sworn witness means Copeland is already under oath. And by the way, one of the things the judge always tells all judges, including Glanville, always tell all witnesses, including Copeland, is don't discuss your testimony with anybody during a recess or when you're not here. If you're still technically on the stand like Copeland is, he's been admonished not to discuss his testimony.
I have to disagree with Bill on that. He should have been admonished. But if you go and look when he leaves the stand each day, you won't hear the judge giving him the admonishment. And I believe that was contrived and on purpose. But he does do that with every witness. But for some reason, Mr. Copeland doesn't get that courtesy.
I am told that happened as well in this case. All right. So Glanville's ex parte communication with a sworn witness, his counsel, lawyers Love and Hilton, and other representatives with the Fulton County DA's office are seemingly only partially captured by the court reporter. So we have an allegation here that the transcript might have been incomplete in some way. He doesn't necessarily say that it's been redacted in any way, but maybe some things that happened off the record where the court reporter wasn't taking it down. We just don't know. And honestly, this requires, we got to have a hearing on this. We got to bring these people into court like Brian's going to ask Judge Krause, have a hearing with evidence, get the court reporter, get Glanville, get everybody who was there to testify under oath about what happened. That's what we need. Judge Glanville has not acted as a judge, but has morphed into an essential part of the prosecution team. Wow. Powerful, powerful language here. Superior Court Rule 4.1 mandates that judges shall neither initiate nor consider ex parte communications by interested parties or their attorneys concerning a pending or impending proceeding. Yet, Judge Glanville participated in these ex parte communications and then somehow attempted to keep it secret by referring to the meeting as, quote, privilege. Remember that? Privilege. The judge came out and said, how dare you, learn about my privileged ex parte? And I remember thinking at the time, and we talked about it here, What privilege are you talking about? There's no attorney-client privilege that would apply. There's no marital privilege. There's no psychotherapist-patient privilege. No other legal privilege that would cover an unethical ex parte discussion with prosecutors. Nevertheless, that's what Glanville referred to it as privileged. And he described the improper secrecy as sacrosanct. Remember that? He said it was sacrosanct. Glanville has totally abandoned his role as a judge and has become a prosecutor against Mr. Williams. Now, this is, I highlighted this not to keep beating a dead horse, but this is something that's a little bit, we haven't exactly seen this legal ism presented before. And it's true, though, by the way. Ex parte communications are presumed to be harmful error. So when you look at types of error that you might find in a trial, that when you appeal something, you urge the Court of Appeals to say the judge committed this error or that error, which would require a reversal. But some error, well, not all error is equal. Some error is considered harmless error, and it will not result in a reversal. Harmful error will. So if it's harmful error, it gets you a reversal. Harmless, it doesn't. So they point out here that ex parte communications are presumed to be harmful error, and any conviction and sentence will be reversed unless the state proves that the error was harmless. Remember, we talked in the very beginning of this stream about the state having their response due. This is part of what they have to show, folks, is that the error would be any error. Either, first off, they have to say, well, it wasn't error, Judge, but even if it was error, it's harmless error. And I don't know how you do that. So we'll see. All right. I like here, and see the pleasure I get in reading this filing is the footnotes, more or less, because he cites the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Excuse me. Sacrosanct means holy or sacred, inviolable, immune from criticism. The ex parte communications were illegal, immoral, unethical, and diametrically opposed to sacrosanct.
The total opposite. He went deep. My kind of lawyer. I did a video on Mr. Steele, and if you haven't checked out the replay, I suggest that you check it out. It's pretty good.
All right. Glanville embraced his view that the communications at this ex parte were privileged, and it cites to the entire record. And here by he, I mean Brian, he refers to the same rules about ex parte that we've already been covering here inside the law. So I won't go back over that. But he goes on to point out that once a party in this case, the defendants, have shown that a judge has received ex parte communications, there is here it is again, another way of stating it, a presumption of harm. In other words, it's harmless. It's not harmless error. It's a presumption of harm that can be overcome only by an affirmative showing that the judge did not consider this communication. Well, hell, we know Glanville considered it. There's no doubt he considered it. He's gone on and on and on the record talking about considering it. He threw a man in jail, or he tried to, because he considered it and because the person called him out on it. So we know he's considered it. So I don't know how the prosecutor can overcome this by making any kind of affirmative showing that the judge did not consider it. There is not a scintilla of evidence to overcome the presumption that these impermissible, illegal, and unethical ex parte communications as captured in Exhibit B resulted in harm. Exhibit B is which we will not be going through today, but Exhibit B is the transcript of the ex parte communications. All right, let me check in on what's happening over here in the chat. I see we have 853 people in here now. Welcome to all of you. We are inside the law discussing attorney Brian Steele, who represents Atlanta rapper Young Thug in connection with his, well, it's racketeering and a whole bunch of other stuff, but that's really not the point. What we're here talking about today is the craziness involving the trial judge, Judge Glanville, and his having met with and basically had a little hearing back in his office with the prosecutor, with a witness who was currently in the middle of his testimony, and that witness's attorney and others. And when the defense had the audacity, if you ask Judge Glanville, to call him out on it, he started wanting to throw lawyers in jail for them not revealing how they found out what he was up to. All right. Here we go. Judge Glanville therein acted as an advocate for the Fulton County DA's office as he, listen to this, guys, dispensed legal advice and supported lawyers Hilton and Love's goal to have Mr. Copeland testify against Mr. Williams and other co-indictees. It is impossible to conclude that Judge Glanville is impartial and not a member of the prosecution team. Brian Steele is calling Judge Glanville a de facto prosecutor, and he's doing it publicly, and he's holding nothing back. He's pulling no punches. This is quite remarkable. And he's not wrong. I mean, it's
basically what he's saying is Brian Steele is doing something that most of them don't have the nerve to do. They wouldn't dare consider doing this.
It's just obvious that Glanville has, in my opinion, abandoned his judicial role here. All right, so we can skip over a lot of this, because a lot of this that I'm skipping, just by the way, it's more of the same type of things that we've covered, explaining why ex parte is bad, why what happened in this ex parte, it's the rules that govern ex parte, and canons of judicial conduct, things that we don't need to go back over. They've been covered in previous live streams. So if you're new to the channel, by all means, go back and check out. We've done a number of these about the YSL trial, the Young Thug trial, because there's so much that we can learn from it. But here I found that this was interesting and wanted to share it with you. He says the improper influence and interjections by Judge Glanville. And he's talking about what is revealed in the transcript of that ex parte. He says the improper influence and interjections by Judge Glanville and his two cohorts. He refers to them as cohorts from the Fulton County DA's office on Mr. Copeland's Mr. Copeland changed Mr. Copeland's stance not to testify. Let me read that again. The improper influence and interjections by Judge Glanville and his cohorts from the Fulton DA's office on Mr. Copeland changed Mr. Copeland's stance as to whether or not to testify against Mr. Williams. If Mr. Copeland refused to testify, all of his faults, prior faults, inculpatory statements, that's things, inculpatory as opposed to exculpatory. Inculpatory is a statement that would cast an allegation of guilt on someone. Inculpatory statements as to Mr. Williams would not come into evidence based on Mr. Williams' constitutional right to confrontation. In other words, if he takes the fifth, then the defendants don't get to question him about all this other stuff. Okay. Intimidation tactics thrust upon Mr. Copeland by the combined work of Judge Glanville, Lawyer Love, and Lawyer Hilton resulted in Mr. Copeland's decision to testify, and thus Mr. Williams has another witness to challenge at trial. Mr. Williams, that's young thug, needs to examine, that means question, Judge Glanville, Lawyer Hilton, Lawyer Love, and all other members of their prosecution team to reveal the date and time of every ex parte communication. Were there others?
I believe there were others. I believe she had one that Friday evening after he took the fifth, when she asked the judge for the ex parte meeting. I truly believe that they had a meeting that Friday because they are working together. And let me see here. I'm looking for my short. Okay. I was trying to find my short that I had where you could hear her telling the judge she wanted to have an ex parte meeting. That leads me to believe that there were two. And so I'm glad that Mr. Steele suggested any others they might have had. Because you could just tell by the conversations that they're having, the things that he was answering to and speaking to in the transcript of the ex parte meeting, it wasn't said there in that room. So how would he know to say some of the things that he said if they had not met together that Friday? Just a thought.
Seems like Brian is seeming to suggest that he has a real question about whether or not this is not the first time. The date and the time of every ex parte communication that occurred concerning Mr. Williams' case since its inception. The subject of the same and the order of the court reporter to produce any transcript of these things and to seal all documents, and to unseal all documents from these potential improper ex parte communications. The undersigned counsel needs to cross-examine all of these parties to ensure that the sworn testimony is spread in open court on the record. Let's get down to, he cited footnote number 7. Undersigned counsel, all right, this is important. Glad I caught it. I did not previously have it highlighted. Undersigned counsel, that's Steele, objects to a proffer by Judge Glanville, lawyers Love and Hilton, other objections to proffers will be made at the time of the attempted proffer. So What this means is that Brian Steele is saying, look, I want them under oath in open court, where I can ask questions, whatever questions that I need to get to the truth. Now, what a proffer is when basically, let's just say Judge Glanville types up something and says, here's what happened in the ex parte meeting. And he spills out a narrative, files it with the court, signs it, maybe even notarizes it. That would be a proffer, but you can't cross-examine a proffer. Okay. So that's why that's why Brian Steele says, I need to get these people in court under oath and question them. Proper is not good. Same for the lawyers. If they try to make a proffer, that's not good enough. I want them in court under oath. Judge Glanville has automatically caused his recusal and disqualification for Mr. Williams' case by unlawfully becoming actively involved when he presented argument refuting the affiant's allegation of judicial bias. So the affiant being Brian Steele, so Judge Glanville, it says, has automatically caused his recusal when he presented argument. And remember all these things where Glanville was debating. Let's see if we have some of that. Glanville was debating. I think I have some of that video. Glanville was debating whether or not he needed to, be recused. Okay, so let's just see some of that here. Bear with me.
My attention, Mr. Weinstein, you filed a motion to recuse me. You filed an affidavit consistent with that, pursuant to Uniform Superior Court Rule, I think, 25.2. The court's had an opportunity to read your motion. I've also had an opportunity to take a look at, because this issue comes up a fair bit, Baptiste versus the state. I'd invite you to take a look at that, and that's in our Court of Appeals, 229 Georgia Appeals 691. Basically, you can't file a motion to recuse for ruling that a trial judge makes, okay? And that's what you're doing in this particular situation. You're saying you don't like what I ruled upon. You're alleging some facts in an affidavit that support that decision. Because if that were the case, then no trial judge would be able to sit through a trial and give adverse rulings. So for the reasons set forth in Baptiste and other cases, I'm going to deny your motion to recuse on its face, okay?
Your Honor, may I just address what you said? I disagree with your characterization that I filed a motion as a result of any ruling.
No. Well, you did in your affidavit. I'm taking in your affidavit as face value, okay? All right,
Yes.
I'm not contesting where you got the information from, at least not yet.
Yes.
But I'm just saying that because it also encompasses that I made a ruling. And as a result of that, if I make a ruling and you don't like it, then every litigant will say, I want to recuse you, Judge Smith or Judge Glanville or Judge whoever, okay? So part and parcel of it is that's why I'm making my ruling in this particular case. Remember, bias. I've got to do something extrajudicial.
Okay, so that's not all of that video, but I wanted to show at least that much of it, because when Brian Steele, and that was, of course, not Brian Steele, that was the video involving our friend Doug. But look, this is when it says that when he presented argument refuting the allegations of judicial bias. Remember when Glanville's saying, you're just doing this because you don't like my ruling, okay? The judge is not even supposed to oppose it. He's just supposed to look at it and make a ruling. But instead, he's getting involved in this dispute over and he's presenting arguments in his own defense. Glanville is. He's not supposed to do that. All right. Mr. Williams respectfully requests a hearing, as he will call Glanville, Love, and Hilton as witnesses to fully unmask this above discussed misconduct, as well as further misconduct that may have occurred. You know, do you get the feeling that maybe Brian Steele knows something that the rest of us don't? He keeps alluding to other things without actually coming right out and alleging anything, but he's dropping these little hints as like further misconduct that may have occurred. We shall see. This judicial and prosecutorial misconduct denotes a disgraceful episode in the Fulton County courts, as if we don't have enough of those. The Fulton County DA's office and stains courts throughout the state of Georgia and our country. Ain't that the truth? Justice faces its greatest threat when courts dispense it secretly. Our system abhors star chamber proceedings with good reason. A star chamber, the star chamber, the one that was infamous, was back in old England before the United States even existed. There was a secret court that the King of England had put in place, and basically it's where they brought people in secret, and it was like a court of inquisition, and most people didn't come out alive necessarily, and it was a truly horrific kind of a thing. It was not a court of any, at least not in the way we think of courts now, and that's why in America our courts are supposed to be open to the public. And that's why what this means, justice faces its greatest threats when courts dispense it secretly. So calling this a star chamber is really, really taking the gloves off at Glanville. As sworn to in Exhibit A, Glanville, Love, Hilton conspired to conceal and suppress Brady evidence. What is Brady evidence? Brady comes from this case, Brady versus Maryland, that he cites here. It's exculpatory evidence. It's evidence that tends to show something other than guilt or the innocence of the accused. And by law, and as a matter of constitutional law, federal constitutional law, due process requires that Brady material always be provided to the defense. Makes sense, right? So if you got a witness back there in the judge's chamber saying he's going to come out and tell lies, and by the way he committed all these other crimes, that's Brady material. They must hand it over. Okay. This, he goes on to refer to it as a star chamber again. This star chamber cannot prohibit Brady evidence from coming forward. That's exactly what Glanville, Love, and Hilton plan to do. Mr. Williams' constitutional right to due process, a fair tribunal and fair trial, and the effective assistance of counsel, right to cross-examine, right to hear, see, and be present for the statements of sworn witnesses have all been not just violated. He uses the words obliterated by Judge Glanville and his cohorts. Judge Glanville must be removed as he has forfeited his position as judge. I mean, you can't find something that is more powerful language than that. He's not pulling any punches here. This trial is wholly broken and can never be repaired. And I've said the same thing myself for a while. I don't see any coming back from this. This trial is wholly broken and cannot ever be repaired based solely upon the improper conduct of Judge Glanville, lawyers Love, and Hilton. Any motion for mistrial made by Mr. Williams is based exclusively upon the improper actions of the supposed He calls him the supposed judge. Oh boy, the supposed judge. All right, so what's legally important about that? Okay, so normally if a defendant makes a motion for mistrial, then you can retry the defendant. It's not that retrial is not prohibited by the double jeopardy clause. But if the defendant is essentially forced or goaded is the legal word into making a motion to for a mistrial, and it's granted because of something that the state caused or the judge caused, then double jeopardy would bar any subsequent prosecution. So that's what this legal significance is of that language. But I thought it was really I mean, it's just funny. I mean, I was going to say unusual, but let's call it what it is, folks. It's funny. He calls him a supposed judge. Glanville at the, can y'all pronounce this? Indecorous Glanville. At the Indecorous Star Chamber ex parte meeting, I've never seen that word, provided legal advice.
Now I don't feel so bad about messing up words that I've been messing up. He's an attorney and been practicing for many years.
And direction to Attorney Bumpus about how to speak with her client, Mr. Copeland. Dispensing legal advice creates a clear appearance of impropriety, which is a proper ground for granting this motion. Actual bias, as Judge Glanville has embroiled in this trial and is assisting the prosecution in an attempt to gain the conviction of Mr. Williams. So he's basically saying that Glanville has removed himself from his role as a neutral and impartial, an impartial judge, like the person who's just calling balls and strikes. Instead, he's picked up a bat and he's at the plate and he's taking pitches and he's fielding in the outfield. He's playing the game as if he were an actual participant. That's what that's what Steele is saying about Glanville. It's impossible for any reasonable person to believe that Glanville is neutral. And I must agree with him, in my opinion. Neither Glanville, Love, or Hilton uttered a word that they spent the morning of June 10th, one, leaning on Copeland to testify for the prosecution. Two, coaching Bumpus on what and how to sell to Mr. Copeland the proposition to cause him to testify. Three, coaching Copeland on how to deliver his testimony. And four, promising Copeland that he would not be prosecuted even for perjured testimony unless he told a, quote, bold-faced whopper. Let me read that again. That's just amazing. This is what he summarizes what all happened. Number one, leaning on Copeland to testify for the state. Two, coaching Bumpus on what and how to sell to Copeland to cause him to testify against Williams, aka Young Thug. Three, coaching Copeland on how to deliver his testimony. And four, promising Copeland that he would not be prosecuted even for perjured testimony unless he told a, quote, bold-faced whopper. I should get t-shirts, right? And bold-faced whopper. I think I've just had an idea. Inside the law, don't tell a bold-faced whopper. These public officials heard and failed to reveal that Copeland confessed to committing every indicted offense in this case. Glanville should not be rewarded with the opportunity to continue to preside as judge over Williams' trial. Glanville, Love, and Hilton made themselves witnesses when Williams, they have made themselves witnesses whom Mr. Williams' counsel will call. And by that, he means as witnesses. These three lawyers, now he's referring to Glanville as a lawyer, not a judge. These three lawyers must be recused and removed from this case. I want to jump down to this footnote number 8 real quick and see what it says. All right. Mr. Williams' counsel has announced in open court that he will call these three offenders at trial. Oh, now he's calling them offenders. I'm sorry, guys. I missed this one when I skimmed this earlier.
Phil is having the time of his life. I know a lot of attorneys are, because they really, really, really don't have the umption to do this. They probably all want to, but for fear of retribution, they just don't have it. And I guess Brian said he's been practicing for 33 years, and this is just too much what he's going through right now. He can't hold it back anymore.
Mr. Williams' counsel has announced in open court that he will call these three offenders at trial. Glanville's lawyer, Judge Glanville's, lawyer Love, and lawyer Hilton's names appear on Mr. Williams' filed 8th amended list of witnesses. He's calling them offenders. Maybe I need to modify my t-shirt. All right. All right. We go back to a part that I skipped over. It's important to note that Glanville originally denied Williams' request for access to the ex parte hearing transcript, keeping contents of the record totally hidden by lawyer Love, Hilton, and Glanville. Fortunately, mounting pressure related to Judge Glanville's gross misconduct, violation of his oath of office, ethical violations, and potential criminal conduct by Love, Hilton, and Judge Glanville worked to effect change. There's a lot in there. There's a lot in paragraph 21. So he says that Hilton, Glanville, and Love involved, it says they engaged in gross misconduct, but violation of oath of office is a felony crime. By the way, if you're a government official, you take an oath of office, and that includes prosecutors and judges, right? You violate your...
These prosecutors and judges seem to feel that they cannot be prosecuted for anything. They claim the immunity. But there is a case called the Clearfield case, and it's known as the Clearfield Doctrine, and it's called stare decisis. And stare decisis means once something has been decided, it's set in stone, and it hasn't been turned or anything like that. And what Clearfield says is that anytime the government, if it's talking about monies, then they're reduced to a regular individual, and they can, and they do, lose the immunity, the sovereign immunity that they love to claim that they have. So it's according to, what you're suing them for, where they can not claim the immunity. But these people in Fulton County seem to claim immunity like it's really, they have it. And they can't be touched at all. They're above the law. Political gangbangers.
Your oath of office, that's a felony crime in Georgia. Ethical violations can cost you your elected office. It can cost you your bar card if you're an attorney. Potential criminal conduct by Love, Hilton, and Glanville. All right, so what kind of mounting pressure could he have been referring to? What kind of mounting pressure could have caused this 180. I can think of a few scenarios, and we're not going to talk about those too much right now, but let's suffice it to say, Judge Glanville wasn't watching this channel. That's not what did it. But something got his attention, and it got it in a significant way, because he did a 180 just almost out of nowhere. Okay. These three offenders. My goodness. All right. Paragraph 23, undersigned counsel has never been afforded the questions that Hilton or Love created and gave to Copeland. Undersigned counsel has never been given this list of questions, even though Glanville has been made aware of these questions and has encouraged Attorney Bumpus and Mr. Copeland to review them together to understand those questions.
What's important about that is that's one of the things that I was talking about that he brought up in the ex parte meeting that they had that Monday morning. So the question becomes, when did he speak with them to know that they had questions? Because he wouldn't know their work product unless they had gone over that Friday after court. And that's what I believe happened. Because in that meeting, if you read the transcript, it will tell you, he said, he was talking to Love, doesn't Hilton have questions that she's going to ask Mr. Copeland? Have they seen them? And that's so practicing from the bench. But now I guess we could say practicing from the sacrosanct office that he claims is so holy.
The question must be asked, why Glanville has ex parte access to Attorney Hilton and or Lawyer Love's question for a witness. This conduct is beyond repair. Okay. Skipping down paragraph 27, listen to this, folks. There appear to be communications not captured on the transcript of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting. Lawyers Love and Hilton and Glanville's examinations are needed to complete the record. Again, he's saying, Judge Krause, I've got to get these people under oath. We got to have a hearing. And boy, is that going to be a whopper of a hearing if he's granted one. She should grant him a hearing on this. There's no other way to deal with this. I mean, I guess she could grant the motion and recuse Glanville, but we've still got to know what all happened because there's the issue of mistrial. Whether it's Krause or any other judge that might presumably replace Glanville, that judge would have to consider these issues for a mistrial purposes. So we just granting the motion to recuse Glanville doesn't make this need to get them in court under oath to answer questions. It doesn't make that need go away. Glanville is a necessary witness in Williams' trial, and his name will be used when the undersigned counsel cross-examines Mr. Copeland. And here he's talking about if we ever resume a jury trial. He's talking about in the criminal jury trial. He's going to call Glanville. His name will be used when the undersigned counsel cross-examines Copeland when asking questions, whether Glanville pressured Copeland to testify, whether Copeland realized that Glanville was allowing wrong propositions of law to be explained to him, and 3, the fact that Glanville condoned Copeland lying under oath unless it was a bold-faced whopper. I'm suddenly craving Burger King. All right. This mandates that Judge Glanville will not be in the courtroom in front of Mr. Williams' jury ever again as a judge. Judges must be disqualified in proceedings in which their impartiality may be reasonably questioned, including when they're going to be a witness in the proceeding. All right. 33, Williams asked this court to hold an evidentiary hearing on this motion. That's what we've been talking about. Glanville attempted to cover up his and lawyer Love's and Hilton's misconduct by attempting to intimidate the undersigned. You think trying to throw him in jail was trying to intimidate him? And then holding the undersigned counsel in contempt of court. Sentencing undersigned counsel to the maximum number of days to serve in custody for doing nothing but zealously and ethically upholding his professional responsibilities to his client. This case can never return to constitutional normalcy let me start that over. This case can never return to constitutional normalcy based solely upon the improper misconduct of lawyer Love, lawyer Hilton, and Judge Glanville. Okay, he's promoted him back to judge from lawyer and other things. All right, so he's calling him Judge Glanville again. A hearing must be held to properly document the misconduct between lawyer Love, lawyer Hilton, and Judge Glanville. A full evidentiary hearing must be conducted where Love, Hilton, and Glanville will be called as witnesses to determine the nature and scope of their relationship and misconduct. In front of the jury, Glanville will be spoken about in terms of his work as a member of the prosecution team. Oh boy. Glanville will be called as a witness by Mr. Williams. The law mandates that Glanville be removed from presiding over this case because he can't be a witness and a judge in the same case. Glanville has given lawyer Love, lawyer Hilton, and the Honorable Attorney Bumpus and witness Copeland legal advice. So he's saying that Glanville is giving legal advice to all these people. Mr. Williams' jurors need to understand who has been orchestrating this kangaroo court. I need to revise my T-shirt to include that. So if anybody's keeping track of what my T-shirt needs to say, I would love to see the designs because we could come up with a good one based on this pleading here. The jurors need to understand who has been orchestrating this kangaroo court. All right, before we move on, I'm going to check back in on the chat, and I see that you guys are still guys are still at it. And by the way, I love the chat. And what I do with these is I always set these videos up with a couple of exceptions. If I've got to do any editing, the live chat will go away on replay. But I try to do these where I don't have to edit anything in or out. And so I can go back and when I'm not talking, I can watch the video myself and I can look and see what's been discussed in the chat. And I love watching this chat. I think we have some of the most informed chatters in all of YouTube, and I like to see it. All 1,000 of you that are in here now, do me a favor, hit that like button. Because that's what helps other people who might be interested in this kind of stuff find this channel. It helps with the algorithm. So thank you for being here. Please hit that like button. And thanks, by the way, for the super chats as well. All right. Moving right along. As attested to in Exhibit A, Judge Glanville received extrajudicial extrajudicial, that means outside of the courthouse or courtroom, extrajudicial information, and also gave opinions and legal advice that included but are not limited to that one, Mr. Copeland went to prison for crimes committed on behalf of YSL, which is a contested fact in this trial. Two, Mr. Williams and the other co-indictees know Mr. Copeland and his criminal conduct that is not known to Judge Glanville or the prosecutors. Three, Copeland will be cross-examined on his other crime evidence because Williams and the co-indictees have a far greater knowledge of Mr. Copeland and his background than the others. By embracing this extrajudicial information, and see what he's saying is that the prosecutors have told Glanville all this stuff in the ex parte. And by embracing this extrajudicial information, Glanville believes that Williams is somehow involved in criminal activity with Mr. Copeland, and Judge Glanville expressed that fact to Mr. Copeland in order to push Mr. Copeland to testify against Mr. Williams. These conclusions regarding facts that are in dispute about Mr. Williams' guilt mandate that Glanville be removed from this trial. Moreover, Glanville's derogatory, prejudicial statements and demeanor must be considered by this honorable court, that's Krause, as attached in Exhibit A. I don't think that's an unfair characterization. I think Glanville has it in many ways engaged in derogatory and presidential statements and demeanor, and all that should be considered. I agree. Glanville has violated his oath of office by not voluntarily disqualifying himself to avoid the appearance of impropriety. Instead, Glanville, Love, Hilton have manufactured an unfair, unconstitutional, broken trial, caused Mr. Williams severe legal prejudice by incarceration for over 2 years without bond, and a laughable trial that has lasted entirely too long with the games played by Love, Hilton, Glanville. They must be removed in stanter. That means right away. All right. Glanville, Hilton, Love have stolen forever Mr. Williams' opportunity to have this trial heard by a jury in a constitutional and statutorily firm manner. Glanville, Hilton, and Love have goaded Mr. Williams into moving for mistrials. See, that's why I mentioned earlier, for those of you who may have joined us a little late, when a defendant moves for a mistrial, normally he can be tried again if the mistrial is granted, unless the motion for mistrial is something that, if it's for something caused by the prosecutors, they've goaded the defendant and basically left them no other choice. In that case, it would be a retrial would be barred by the double jeopardy clause. All of the conduct means everything that's happened after the Honorable Douglas Weinstein Esquire, as well as undersigned counsel, filed their motions to recuse. Everything that happened since then is to be deemed invalid and have no effect, because Glanville should have immediately stopped taking any action, but he didn't. He went on a couple of weeks, right, or whatever, before he reversed course and did the right thing. So what they're saying is that everything that happened in the interim should be deemed invalid and without effect. His constitutional right to a speedy trial has been stomped on by Glanville. There's been a systematic pattern of prejudicial conduct towards Williams and his counsel and co-indictees and their counsel by Judge Glanville, Love, and Hilton acting together and unethically, which has influenced the trial process and has broken the foundation of a fair trial. And let's just give an example of how Judge Glanville has acted to maybe towards some other attorneys in the case.
And I know that they did know that he was going to take the fifth because I heard it said outside right before I walked into court. I even said, the officer.
Then why didn't you, as an officer of the court, tell me before we took his testimony?
I told Mr. Steele.
No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me?
Well, then that's my.
I got a problem with you now.
And for an assertion to be made that I or Mr. Copeland are somehow being influenced by somebody over here is absolutely ridiculous. I take great offense to it, and I can tell Ms. Love that I am going to the state bar to report her for contacting a witness that she knows to be represented by counsel. She and I have had conversations about Kenneth Copeland.
So you can see that, you know, the temperature is quite high in this trial. And, you know, there's been lots of instances where people are getting in, the judge is getting into it with lawyers. A lot of people are complaining about the behavior of the prosecutors. And so when Brian Steele speaks this way, which basically there's a systemic pattern of prejudicial conduct towards not only Young Thug, his lawyer, but the other co-indictees and their lawyers. By Glanville and Love and Hilton acting together, that's what I'm talking about. That's what he's talking about, actually. It says that it's influenced the trial process and has broken the foundation of a fair trial. Glanville was using his position of power and trust to obstruct justice. Oh boy. As he's violated his oath of office, while lawyer Hilton and lawyer Love sat mute as they violated their oaths of office and their ethical responsibilities to ensure a constitutionally fair trial. By the way, he makes a good point there. The judge isn't the only one who is responsible for ensuring a fair trial. Prosecutors are as well. Okay. The law requires this court to recuse Judge Glanville. The public must believe in the absolute integrity and impartiality of judges. That is why, even without a showing of actual bias, prejudice, or unfairness, and regardless of the merits and timeliness of any motion to recuse, it's inappropriate for any judge to preside in any action where one of the parties holds a judicial office in any other court which sits in the same circuit. So what he's doing is he's asking Judge Krause to recuse herself. And he cites a JQC opinion from 2003 that basically stands for that same proposition. He's trying to get, not only Krause hadn't done anything wrong, except for the fact that she's on the same court. She's also a fellow Superior Court judge in Fulton County, a colleague, if you will, of Glanville. So he's saying that right there, y'all are just too close for comfort. We need to really have a legitimate sort of outside judge look at this. And it says the Supreme Court of Georgia observed that the JQC has opined that a judge in a particular court should never preside over a matter concerning another judge from the same circuit. The commission concludes that it will be inappropriate for this court to preside in this action where Glanville holds a judicial office in the same circuit. An appearance of impropriety exists in situations in which reasonable minds might perceive that this court's ability, that's Judge Krause, her ability to carry out its responsibilities with impartiality could be impaired. And so the fact that they're on the same, their workmates, their colleagues at the office, so to speak, and that she's received $2,000 in a donation from him, what Brian Steele is saying is that based on those two things alone, again, Krause has done nothing wrong, but he's saying that reasonable minds might perceive that for those reasons, this court this judge might not be the best person to decide this issue.
And that's one of the things about their position. It is that the judicial conduct, their ethics, you got to go with your ethics. And for some reason, they're not going with their ethics. I see that this Ethernet is not working at all because the connection is unstable. Yeah, so a lot of that is just the connection. And so I don't know, that Ethernet is not really working.
This court has received a $2,000 donation, as I just mentioned, for its reelection from Glanville in April of this year during the pendency of this trial. Judge Glanville giving this contribution for reelection could be deemed a, quote, exceptionally large campaign contribution, close quote, and thus is another reason this court must recuse. And he cites some case law that stands for that proposition as well. And that's the end of the motion. Now, let me see if I can get into some of this. Is from the affidavit. There always has to be an affidavit attached to a motion to recuse. And so this is a supplemental motion to recuse. So they threw in another affidavit containing things that they learned from reading the transcripts of the ex parte. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about some of those things. This ex parte meeting was orchestrated by Love and Hilton and Glanville to convince Copeland to testify against Williams. This influencing a witness, which by the way is a crime, a felony crime. So again, he's accusing them all of felony crimes. This influencing a witness meeting eviscerated any appearance of regularity of the tribunal and demonstrates that Glanville is biased for the prosecution and against Williams and his counsel. Love begins this unethical ex parte conference by explaining that the state's reasons for Glanville to meet with Copeland is to impress upon Copeland that he needs to testify for the same reasons that Love announced in open court. Specifically that, according to her allegation, her being Love, she says the Honorable Jonathan Melnick has abandoned his client. At this point, rather than acting as a true judge, protecting our court system and its reputation by saying, why am I meeting ex parte and why am I being used to answer in front of only members of the state of Georgia these questions about Mr. Copeland? Instead of doing that, Glanville indicates he's biased because he agreed to help convince Copeland to testify. Love made untruthful statements about email correspondence with Jonathan Melnick. We'll show those in a minute. Love continues to make false representations, and Glanville knows, if he has been paying attention at all, that Love makes intentional misstatements of fact routinely. This case has been going on for so long. We have some video about most of these things. Here's an example.
Judge Glanville.
Sir.
You allow another moment when Miss Love calls me that I did not do something. They had the exact image of what we got from the jail in Fayette County. That is it. And if I get another false allegation and you do nothing, I'm shocked. I'm appalled at you. I sit here day after day with this false allegation, just machine. I gave the state everything. There's been no disconstruction. There's been no purposeful. I don't care. I give over everything. I've done this for 33 years. Never in my life have I seen a trial. I've done 300 appeals in the state of Georgia alone. I've never read a case like this. Judge, I gave them everything I had. I waited. I was at my office till 8, after 8 last night. I waited for their investigator to come by. I handed him an exact copy of thumb drive. They have everything that we got from the Fayette County Jail. There's been no deconstruction. There's been no purposeful exclusion. This is not the first time. Okay. And I apologize that I'm getting tempered, but I've never been treated like this. You talk about professionalism every week. Professionalism is lacking with one lawyer here. It has never been. I don't even like coming to court. I used to love this. I would die for what we do. I used to say, I'm dying. I would die. I couldn't choose a better profession. If I had litigated with Miss Love, I would.
Your Honor, could we strike the hominem attack?
No, I'm speaking.
Could we strike
Okay, hey, everybody, calm down. Everybody, both of you, please be seated.
All right. So false allegation machine. So again, this is nothing new, but now it's made its way into this whole recusal thing. Love continues to make false representation.
Now, I have one that she did, and she knew she was wrong, and the judge never takes it out on her. You're going to hear him take it out on Miss D. Williams, who is Little Rod's attorney. He's not going to take it out on Love. I got to stop sharing one and start sharing another. Or maybe I don't have to stop sharing. Hold on.
How do we just violate court orders? So, yes, I have a serious motion for a mistrial because it's intentional misconduct. That's my motion.
All right.
And I'd like the screenshot to be captured for Mr. Weaver to put in the record.
I'll admit it is next court exhibit in order of the state's presentation anyway. So, all right. So that'll be court one for purposes of the trial. So, Miss Love, what's your response to Mr. Steele's assertion about Mr. Ryan?
As it relates to Mr. Ryan and the exhibits that the state intended to play and to display for the jury, I sent to Mr. Steele and everyone else the pictures and the photographs that I expected to use. As it relates to the slide to which Mr. Steele is now referring regarding his representation on appeal, I'm not certain if the objection goes to the fact that there was the conviction, because that's part of the indictment and that's part of the evidence that the state expects will show, or if it's as to his objection about the fact that he represents Mr. Ryan or Mr. Blaylock on appeal.
Don't represent Mr. Ryan.
Mr. Blaylock, man.
Excuse me. I've never said this ever. That's it.
So what's your objection based upon Mr. Steele?
objection based upon I argued this before this honorable court. You argued the prosecution that before they ever mentioned my name, you granted this motion.
That I did.
Brought up to this honorable court, outside the presence of everybody. We're an open statement. I am lied to. I am saying that. I am lied to. I don't know if anyone else got that exhibit. I did not get that exhibit. And I'm seeing everyone's head shaking no. And now it goes against the court's order. We are bound, duty bound, to follow this honorable court's order.
I'm going to join in the objection on behalf of Mr. Steele.
Let me see the.
I can put it back up,
Yes,
Judge.
ma'am.
And Your Honor, while I am putting that back up, I will state in my place that initially when there was the objection from Mr. Steele, I didn't have a clue what it was about because I didn't mention his name and didn't intend to mention his name. As I looked at the screen, I saw that part of his name was on this part.
But I mentioned that. I ruled upon that last week. I did. We were not. I would take it as it came in this case, and if the evidence got to that point, then I would deal with it accordingly.
Yes, Your Honor.
So.
And Your Honor, as to Mr. Steele's motion, as I'm pulling this up, the state would vehemently object to a mistrial and ask for a curative instruction and a reminder to the court, to the jury, that nothing that the lawyers say is evidence in this case. This is not at all the type of thing that rises to the level of mandating a mistrial. Certainly not. It just isn't. I have
All right.
the slide.
Look,
I
now
have it now. I'm about to share
court
this.
won for purposes of the motion for mistrial. All right. Okay, on slide 11 of 65, that I see where you have that at the bottom, represented by Brian Steele. So we can leave that for the time being. Leave it for the time being because it is what was it was up. I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial, Mr. Steele, but I will go ahead and give a curative instruction to our jurors at this point in time. So.
Your Honor, I'm supposed to ask for a re-occurrence report for my mistrial before the next process goes on. I'd like you to do me a courtesy, if you would, and allow me to do that now and preserve the motion for mistrial.
You made your motion for mistrial, and the basis, and I'm going to mark the whole state's presentation as court one for the purpose of your motion, and it will go in as stated.
And I have two other issues I'd like the court to just take up. One is just remember, I know you ruled on it, but the state said earlier today that Mr. Williams is contacting through parties that they don't know to pay for other people's lawyers. So I think that couples with that exhibit. And number two, I'd like the court to now order prosecution to give me and anyone else who wants to see it. I need to see respectfully what you ordered last week, all of the displays of the state of Georgia that they have not given to us.
What do you mean by what displays are you talking about, Mr. Steele?
I never saw that. I never saw the wolf. I never saw the indictment you ordered.
Mr. Steele say he never saw the wolf. I guess he made an opening speech. I want to welcome you guys and thank y'all for coming. If you can, hit the replay so you can see the email, the actual email that Love alluded to the court where Mr. Melnick told her to F you. Those were different emails. And then I want you all to, D, I think you covered this, but check out the emails and the dates on the emails. But this email where he told her to F herself, that was sent actually after Mr. Copeland had taken the fifth. So that was very interesting that she would say that as if she received that, you know, I guess Mr. Melnick must have left out or something and sent her that email. But that was sent like about 11:53 or 57, something like that. But I just thought that was funny. He said he didn't see the wolf.
I gave all my displays. I gave everything to say. I got from the state.
Are you talking about using for opening statements, sir?
Of course.
Okay.
Should have been done.
All right. All right, Ms. Love.
Yeah.
Wait.
Thank you, Your Honor. Two matters, Your Honor. One, the first thing that Mr. Steele has requested of the court regarding
I cannot stand the way that lady sound, and I really hate when she used this voice like she's really humble, and we know she's not.
the representation that the state made about other YSL members contacting Jeffrey Williams for representation is absolutely and has always been a part of what the state expects will show at trial.
I'm going to deny that portion, but to Mr. Steele's point, I'd already made that issue in terms of his particular involvement, and anything you need to let me know prior to that, and I need to rule upon it, and also subject to foundation. And just like this, so I assume that what you told our jurors is what you expect the evidence to show? Yes?
Yes,
All right,
definitely.
so I'm gonna overrule that part of his objection. What about the
Now, he answered the question for her, practicing from the bench, and then said he's going to overrule Mr. Steele's objection. He's going to tell her what she meant, yes, and now I'm going to overrule that portion. This man is crazy, but he's going to go ballistic in a minute.
last thing you mentioned?
And Your Honor, as to the court's directive that we turn over anything or any exhibits or photographs, that was my understanding of the court's directive, that we expect to show an opening statement. As a matter of course, I can again reiterate the fact that it was an inadvertent omission to leave Mr. Steele at least part of his name on here.
I got that, but he's talking about, is there anything else you're going to use in open you haven't shown to defense counsel? He's telling us. Well, I said that. I told you to do that a week ago. Because here's what I told you was going to happen. I've got a jury that's out right now that's being interrupted. And Ms. D. Williams, you should have made your motion or should have told me about that an hour ago or when you found out about it. Not hijack me at the bench about that. You did what you had to do, but I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about any of this. Because this is stuff we could take care of before our jury comes in. And that makes you all, lessen your ability as advocates and lessen our ability for this jury to go ahead and get this case seamlessly. This is what I told you all was going to happen. So, have you given them everything you're going to show them during opening statement?
Your Honor, I haven't given them all of the word slides. I did give to them what Mr. Williams objected to. I had given that to them previously. I will give them or share with them the things that have been added as of this evening. And
can you do that over the next 5 minutes?
I sure can.
Deputy Ingram, can you find out if our jurors are ready? Are they with them? Are they ready? Are they still using the restroom?
I'll send that to them right now as we're waiting.
Your Honor, we have a few more
Your Honor, Jay Apt on behalf of Mr. Kendrick. Can we have 5 or 10 minutes to review whatever Ms. Love is going to send us?
You can take a comfort break, and I'll come back at 10 of 12. And like I said, whatever we don't finish before 12:15, we'll pick up after lunch. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's talking?
Max Sharp.
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell. We've been operating pretrial with the Harvey rule. I want to make sure that the record is clear that we join Mr. Steele in his motion for mistrial. And if Your Honor...
I'll apply the Harvey rule unless you tell me otherwise.
See how rude he is to everybody? But he let Miss Love just say and do anything she wants to say and do. It's unbelievable. And I don't know if my chat knows, but the attorney, Kayla Bumpus, now has a page. Woody, as they call him, Mr. Copeland has a page. And again, I can't too much blame him for having a page. Everybody else is making money off of him. So I guess, he should be able to make money off of himself. But these attorneys coming on here is really something. And I don't even know if he lawfully should be on here. For the simple reason, he's supposed to be a sworn witness. And again, the judge gave everybody admonishments but him. I don't recall him giving him not one admonishment when he leaves the stand like he does everybody else. So it really is interesting how that's going to turn out when they go back to court. It's really going to be interesting. Just the fact that he's on social media seems like it ought to be too much. But we're going to finish with Phil because we don't have much longer. And he's going to show the emails.
He says, and glad.
He's going to show the emails that Mr. Steele and them received. Because if you notice, on the email that I showed you guys earlier, and if you notice that Mr. Steele wasn't CC'd on that, but she told the court that he CC'd Mr. Steele and Mr. Short saying F you. She la 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 la. La 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 la. Liar. Liar. She's a liar.
Glanville knows if he's been paying attention that Love does this routinely. All that aside, we would like an opportunity. Love explains the need for the ex parte communication, and it's a quote, "We would like an opportunity for the court," that's Glanville, "to address Mr. Copeland with Mr. Copeland's stand-in counsel present, to allow Attorney Bumpus an opportunity to..."
Yes, Regina, he has a page and he's been making, the media circuit of YouTube. And what's really strange, he was on, what's that man's name? Boy, I swear when I get on YouTube, it's like I don't know nothing. The lead attorney. And he was just talking to the lead attorney about this judge. He has an issue with the judge because she was the last judge on his last case. And he said that he wouldn't give him bond. And he said at first it seemed like she wanted to give him bond, but he think the prosecutor got to him because he said that they've been trying to get him, and that's why he talked to them all of these years, is because of the way that they treat him. And again, these young men are saying out of their mouths, and everybody is laughing because it's funny the way they, can come back and clap back, as they call it. But they've been saying they were in special ed classes and then they were self-medicating, and now they expect for them to have all of this sense. And really, they've lost some things. They already sound like they were dealing with a deficit. And then to start self-medicating on the things that they were self-medicating on, then that really put a damper in the brain cells. But he said this lady, when he came before her, he didn't even know her, but she knew him. And she told him she knew who he was. And he was like, how could she know me? Then he said that she locked him up for 2 weeks and wouldn't give him a bond. But finally, she gave him a bond. So he has issues with this judge. He's talking about all kind of stuff to me that I would not suggest that he do. The only thing that I've seen that he done that made sense, and I don't know how long that relationship is going to last, is I seen him talking to Charleston White. And if he talked to Charleston White, the advocate for the children that commit crimes, then I think that he can help him along the way. And perhaps that's why Regina, he even went on a dating game show, I'm told. A dating game show where it was 20 women against one. And when he was on the first night I saw him, his Cash App was $812, and I don't know how long it took it to get there, but you know, it was really phenomenal to see. And again, I don't have a problem with him making money for himself. That may be a way to make money. But I do know, and I don't know if he's not getting paid, but I do know also in my research that the state witnesses get $25 a day, which is the same amount that the jurors get. So I don't know if any of them are getting paid during this time. I heard someone say that they were not, but I don't know that for sure. But I know that he gets $25 a day just for being a witness. And that's not a lot for nobody. But I don't know. It's just really something to see how all this is going to play out.
To explain to Mr. Copeland that everything that Lawyer Love has just said. In other words, she said, Judge, I want the opportunity for the court to address Mr. Copeland with Copeland's lawyer present, so that Bumpus, the lawyer, can explain to Copeland everything that I've just said. That's I meaning Love. So Love wants the judge to talk to him to reiterate that he gets whatever message she's wanting to convey. Glanville has thrown away all appearance of propriety by permitting this ex parte meeting to occur in the first place, but at the behest of Love and or Hilton, Glanville is not independent and is being led by the nose. My t-shirt's going to be not going to make any sense if we put all these things on one t-shirt, but I just love this colorful language. Glanville is not independent and is being led by the nose by members of the Fulton County DA's office. This is because Glanville is a member of the prosecution team. Glanville explains to Bumpus that, quote, it is all in the message and the packaging in terms of, I think Mr. Copeland is, a savvy person, but he's going to be subject to a thorough and sifting cross-examination. So Brian Steele points out the fact that Glanville is giving legal advice and strategies to Bumpus, guiding her on how to speak to Copeland in order that her client would then testify against Williams. Brian says this is a clear, direct fact that Glanville has forfeited his judicial role. He goes on to say Love inaccurately bashes Attorney Melnick by saying, quote, there's been an assertion that people are representing Mr. Copeland's interests. The biggest concern is Mr. Copeland's best interest. Then they are just not here. She's referring to Melnick being absent. He was out of town. There's absolutely no reason to believe, there's no reason that Glanville and Love are discussing what Attorney Bumpus should be telling her client. and no reason for Glanville to permit Love to ridicule Melnick. And the affidavit is pretty thorough. We can't go to all of it, but Glanville has the audacity to bring Copeland into his chambers without the request of his lawyer, but at the request of the prosecutor. From 9:34 until 10:03 a.m., nothing is recorded by the court reporter. So for 30 minutes, nothing is recorded by the court reporter. You get that? Nothing is recorded by the court reporter for 30 minutes. He goes on to say he's going to call Love, Hilton, and Glanville to probe what occurred during that time period. And I don't blame him. We need to know what happened. Once in custody and represented by an attorney, Copeland is brought involuntarily into Glanville's chambers. Glanville explains, I just wanted to bring you over and let you talk with Attorney Bumpus and see if there's anything you need to ask of your counsel or of the prosecutors or of me, the judge, before we bring you out this morning, because it is, we would like to hear your testimony. And it's kind of where we are at this point in time. Well, who's we, Judge? Who's we? I mean, it sounds to me like the judge is confessing that he's on the same side as the prosecutors. That's just.
And that who's we, that's one of the things he said also when Mr. Steele made a motion for mistrial and the judge said, we didn't know what he was going to say. I mean, we didn't know. And my question was, who is we? I mean, you know, is he a part of the we? And then someone wrote in my comments, because I did a little short on it, that we could mean different things. And really, it can mean different things. And that's the question. That is the problem. In a courtroom, it should never be a we when the judge is talking about him and the prosecution. He wasn't talking about him and everybody in that room. He didn't need to speak for everybody. I just thought that was strange, but Mr. Steele put it in his motion. That was really funny.
That's how I read it. And I guess that's why Brian Steele put it in bold type.
He gonna have me blushing thinking that he's looking at my videos on the replay because he made this motion after I had made these statements and pointed it out. I know it happens to everybody, but my mind just want to believe.
I wanted to bring you over to let you talk with your lawyer and see if there's anything you need to ask your attorney or the prosecutors or the court before we bring you out this morning. We would like to hear your testimony. And it's where we are at this point in time. And you know what? And this is so true. Right here, he says, this is beyond comprehension for an impartial, seasoned jurist to act. And I can tell you, as a member of the bar in the Atlanta area, the criminal bar, I can tell you this is almost without any exception, anybody I've talked to, this is how we all see it. We all see it this way. It's just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing that we could be here. It doesn't make any sense to me. I've even had judges, privately, call me to the side, not in an ex parte, but in the hallway or at lunch or wherever. And judges will say, in private conversations, they'll express the same kind of sentiment to me. I've had prosecutors. I get text messages from prosecutors expressing this to me. Nobody really understands how we could be at this point, how we can be at this place. Nobody understands this. And it is beyond comprehension. Okay. So I think the next thing that I had highlighted, I'm going through over here. This is all the transcripts. at the very, very end is when we get into, I wanted to get these emails that are attached from Melnick, and just share those and talk about them. If I can find them. Because I thought that was certainly very interesting. Well, I may not have highlighted it because I had two versions of this. Bear with me. So that's Exhibit A. Here we go. Next to the last document. Good afternoon, all. This is from Jonathan Melnick to Adriane Love, Simone Hilton, the Steele Law Firm, and attorney Max Shart. And the subject is Kenneth Copeland. It's come to my attention the Fulton County DA's office has questioned my client, Kenneth Copeland, without my knowledge or consent. Please be advised that my client does not wish to speak with any member of the Fulton DA's office nor any law enforcement officer from this point forward. My client will assert his privilege under the Fifth Amendment tomorrow and will not testify. Okay, so that's Thursday, June the 6th. Okay, now before we go to the other email, let me go back to this just another second. Watch this.
And I know that they did know that he was going to take the Fifth because I heard it said outside.
And I know that they did know because the day before that conversation, Melnick emailed them to tell them. Remember, the rest of that video was Glanville going nuts on this attorney for not bringing it to anybody's attention that, he's taken the Fifth. And so that's what, but the day before, they got an email from Jonathan Melnick telling him that he's going to take the Fifth tomorrow, which is, the day that he did take the Fifth. All right, let's see. When he took the Fifth, this is what
our
happened.
jury has left us. Mr. Copeland, given the fact that you have invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege, but the state has already given you immunity under 24-5-507, this court holds you in willful contempt, and we'll see you on Monday. And we'll see if we can get some more testimony at that point in time. Take him into custody.
What he didn't say is that Monday we'll bring you in my office, we'll dress you down, and we'll make sure that you do testify. So it wasn't a surprise to the prosecutors, but you didn't see the judge yelling at them, but maybe they are on the same team. All right, so this is an email. Make sure, all right, yeah. So this is an email. Jonathan Melnick. Okay, this is a subsequent Thursday, June 6, 5:48 p.m. I have been Mr. Copeland's attorney. He tells me repeatedly. He tells me that he repeatedly told you, this is to Miss Love, you being Miss Love, that when you were questioning him, I also spoke with Don Geary, another prosecutor, extensively about Mr. Copeland when he was assigned to this case. And I spoke with Miss Love early in the process around the time jury selection was beginning. I have a plea with Judge Carnsdale tomorrow at 9, and I will come into the courtroom as soon as I'm done. Signed, John. Good afternoon. Hope all is well. In our conversations with Copeland, he advised you were not his attorney, and he has not spoken with you. However, if you are asserting that you are his attorney, we will cease communication. But your client is under subpoena and is expected to be here at 8:30 a.m. It is our understanding that he doesn't have transportation, so we were planning to pick him up. So please make sure that he's present. We do not have any, so that we do not have to take any further action if he fails to appear for his subpoena. So there's all this right here, basically letting the prosecutors know that not only is he in fact representing Copeland, Copeland doesn't want to talk to them, and he's going to take the Fifth. So I don't know how there ever could be any real question about that. All right. It's almost 4 o'clock here, Eastern. I don't know if the prosecutor has filed yet any responsive pleading. I'll get on the internet and find out. I'm sure many of you here in the chat, if it's dropped, you would have already seen it and you presumably know about it. But we certainly won't take a look at that. I personally think Judge Krause was mistaken, that she should have recused herself and the Fulton County bench simply because they're just all too close. But she hasn't. What I think needs to happen, I think Glanville needs to be recused, and we still need to have this evidentiary hearing because that's going to be key in determining whether a mistrial is granted, and if it's granted, is it going to be, would a retrial or a second trial be barred by the double jeopardy clause? All right. Well, that's what I've got for you here today. This was a live stream that I decided to do. It was sort of unplanned. I dropped it on you all in short notice. There's still 1,200 people in here. Thank you all very much. I think that's amazing. Please do me a favor. Hit that like button. And for those of you, and I want you to subscribe to the channel, but also make sure that you keep up with the community tab on YouTube, because that's a way that I can communicate with you. If I can't jump on and do a live, we can still have a discussion over there. So set your notifications to come on, and we're going to keep following this. We're going to have some rulings, I would imagine, maybe as soon as this week, because Judge Krause had wanted the prosecutors to expedite their response because she's mindful of the fact that there's a jury that's home sitting on its hands and time is wasting and people are in jail. The trial is technically underway, even though it's stalled. So I expect she's not going to waste a whole lot of time ruling. But if she reads this and she gets the full flavor of what's happened and the way that Brian Steele so eloquently, put it all together, I just don't see any way Glanville is not permanently recused. And then the only question is, can there be a second trial? But there's obviously some things that happened that did not get captured by the court reporter, things that were off the record. So look, there's other people back there besides the judge and the prosecutors and Woody and Bumpus. We're told there's sheriff's deputies back there. They might be witnesses. There's a court reporter herself could be a witness. Okay, were you present even though things were off the record? If you were off the record, did you have your audio recording device picking any of this up, even if it was off the record? Is there another way to figure out what was said? And if not, what is your recollection of what happened? So we need to have an inquiry and an investigation into just what all happened back there. All right, folks, before you go, just remember, whatever you do, please don't be this guy.
Man, can I get the water or something? I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all, man. I ain't gonna tell you no lie.
Yes, you may.
Don't be that guy. One of the very first star witnesses for the state in this crazy case. And we should have known that if this trial gets underway on that note, that it could only go downhill from there. I'll see you next time right here inside the law. Thanks so much.
Okay. Well, I agree with you, Regina, wholeheartedly. People really do have the right to have all whatever they choose in their life. It don't necessarily have to be entertainment. But I know that a lot of the entertainment, so-called, here is buffoonery. And that's what I see, and people gravitate to buffoonery and support it 100%. So if that's what makes them tick, they have that right. And not only do they have that right, they actually do it. Yeah, I ain't mad at nobody, but I'm going to talk about them because that's what I do. I voice my opinion a lot. And that might be the part where my mama used to tell me my mouth was going to get me in trouble. But I don't know no other way to be but me. But I enjoyed the show tonight, and that is about it. We've actually been here 4 hours. I didn't believe it. We were going to make it, but I just really hope people take away is to learn the immunity was forced. It wasn't that he asked to be granted immunity, and they didn't tell him they were going to grant him immunity. It only came because his attorney came, and they wanted him to testify because they're building this case off of him. And so with them building the case off of him, they couldn't do it if he take the fifth because they couldn't get all of the videos in that they're getting in now, and that judge is just letting them do anything they want to do. And he just really doesn't seem to have a care in the world about what he allows. And of course, that's unfortunate. Let me see. I was just trying to see which ones that was here, because all of them are not here. Okay, let's see. Okay, here's one. Look at a short or two of mine, Regina, while you still here. I know you know to be multitasking. You probably still are, but I'm just glad that you're here. Let me go on mute because I want you to hear this.
And then, Your Honor, the jury is excused. Would you please entertain a motion for a mistrial?
Mr. Steele, I'll entertain it right now.
You know when your own short won't play, that's cold.
Now.
I didn't want to hold the jury, but it's going to be fine.
And what's the basis for your mistrial? We didn't know he was going to invoke. We didn't know what he was going to testify to, and I certainly didn't let him. He was only asked one question. So at this point in time, there's really, you can't knowingly let a witness invoke their Fifth Amendment privilege in front of a jury, but that didn't happen in this case. Last thing we heard from Mr. Colton was he was going to testify.
So everything you say, I'll adopt because I was about to say those words.
And then, Your Honor, the jury is excused. Would you please entertain a...
Okay, you notice how he not only said we, but then he went on to explain about what's not supposed to happen, and he didn't let that happen. He only was asked one question. That's why, too, I believe they had the ex parte meeting that Friday as well as that Monday morning. But that Friday, they just had the judge and Simone and Love. I don't believe nobody else was involved in that meeting. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. It's just the things that the judge was saying in the meeting didn't make sense. Let me see. There was another one I wanted to share that I don't see it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. All right. Without further delay, we're going to go ahead and call the next witness. State.
Ms. Hilton calls Kenneth Copeland to the stand.
All right, summon Mr. Copeland, please.
This one I want y'all to, if you can see her face and hear how she's announcing this and listen to the judge stop her from saying, this is when he's getting ready to come up to take the fifth. And they thinking he's going to testify, they say, but they know that he's not going to testify. And she almost told the judge, but he stopped her.
Your Honor, here is that. Mr. Copeland is.
I just. Here it comes.
So why would the judge do that? To me, he was trying to stop her. Okay, Regina said, toothless, I believe he has his family that care. However, with like minds, it could be difficult to have varied perspectives in order to grow wiser and making choices. I could believe that. I could believe that very much. I know he's very upset, and he was upset because, you know, his mom passed, and I don't know how old he was, if he was locked up, because he said they had him locked up from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think he just recently got out, you know, not too long ago. But I don't know, he has a rap sheet that's probably longer than Rodeo Drive. And he said a lot of those charges they put on him, and a lot of things. That's why I don't know that E-Man Films, he's called Posted. He break this down and he put these, you know, dots, connect them together. And nobody's doing it like that. And he cares. And I truly believe, I cannot 100% say this, but it was a caller that called in the other day, and I could have sworn that he was talking to Rizza Islam. And when he asked him the name of the guy, he never told him his name, but the way he sounded and the way he kept calling him brother and posing questions, and both of them very intellectual minded. It was a beautiful conversation, whoever the guy was, because Posted is, to me, phenomenal. He's very good. And he's put this puzzle together, but it really sounded like Rizza Islam, and they spoke for over an hour. He called himself Posted. And but Eban Films, I put it in there. It's his show. He has 2 pages. He just got the second page. But I've never seen anybody tell this story, break it down, And he's just intellectual. Now, he is a real brother. Sometimes I can't read him. But I know that he cares about young men. He cares about those young men and what's happening. He get all the paperwork. He knows all their cases. He know them like they related. I'm sure he know their cases better than they know themselves. He's very good. E-Man Films, I'm gonna put it in the chat. But and he's posted. And he dresses every day. He's on every day. He's an engineer, a music engineer. So he used to do music and beats and stuff like that. And he's very deep. That's all I can say. And I really enjoy listening to him because he asks the hard questions. The other day he called Simone on the phone in the chat and told her whenever this is all over, he'd like to get an interview. It was interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe that's why I can see it in other people, because that conversation is deep. But the way he put this puzzle together and the way he know those guys, and he lives in Baltimore, so he doesn't know them personally. He just do a lot of research. So he's like myself, and certainly like you, because, man, you one cold woman in my opinion. And cold mean blooded, mean good, absolutely good. And I thank you for being a part of my chat. And I thank you for staying honest and calling it whatever it needs to be called. I appreciate that more than anything. So on that note, we can get ready to say our good nights. And until we meet again, I be losing track of the days sometimes, but I swear, maybe because I don't talk enough to people or something, but when I get on here, I start sounding all discombobulated and fumbling over words. But what's funny though, I be seeing other people do it with much bigger platforms, so I don't feel so bad. I don't feel so bad. But it's some people out here, I don't know really any that's covering this story. Like myself posted, and this lady is, I'm not a lawyer, but. Now I've seen some good people cover the story. Like I said, even the lawyers, they're good. But I'm talking about, they're just surface. This man is deep. I mean, he's down in the trenches. And he asked some poignant questions. He answered. He's no nonsense. And he's just calling it like he see it. And he see a lot of things that these people pretend they can't see. So I don't know about nobody but me. And I'm a real people person. But I have to try to temper that. That's that discernment. And sometimes I get lost in translation in my own head, nowhere else. And so I have to kind of pull back. But I'm grateful for you guys for coming, for being here, for staying. It means the world to me. And eventually I'm going to figure out some kind of way with this internet. I may have to get another service for my room because of where the internet box sit and where my room is and how far apart it is and things. But I bought that Ethernet thing thinking it was going to work, and it hasn't worked. We didn't say you are too funny. When you get over here, you start fumbling over some of your words. Stop it. You're a great reader, and we all forget. Thank you. I appreciate, but girl, I'm gonna tell you some of them words I was saying. If you listen to them different tapes, they might be saying something else. I have supposedly the best AT&T powered. It's supposed to be their fastest service, but I don't know. You know, it's tripping, and it only mainly. We do have some internet connections because of where we live. Do you know I live within 3 miles of downtown Dallas? And trust me, we have the worst internet service in the city. And I think that's all by design. I see I cut. I think it's by design. Because we didn't even get the fast service when everybody else got it. And there's no way our internet service is supposed to be as bad as it is. Hey, Osun, how you doing? I hope you got to see some of the show. If not, check out the replay because I showed Miss Love's email, the famous FU email was nothing like she said in the court. This lady is openly lying in the court and she's a prosecutor. But Mr. Steele is just fed up and he called him out. But I don't know if you even look at Eban Films. But if you get a chance, I would say really check him out because that young man there, he awesome to me. The way he break this stuff down. I mean, I just ain't seen nobody else do it. And you can tell that he is a man and care about, you know, these young people. But he knows the industry and everything. And so it makes a difference. It really does. But, yeah, we're getting ready to close out. I'm so happy. I hope y'all have a better understanding of immunity, the 3 types: use immunity, derivative immunity, and transactional immunity, which is the one that covers you for everything. But as it said, it might not be. And I read that and I thought that was the section. It said that, you know, it could cause problems with your family. It could cost you jobs or places to stay because you're admitting to something that had you taken the 5th, nobody had to know that about you if they didn't know it. Regina said, you read my mind. It is absolutely by design. I truly believe cable companies are using false practices and not giving internet speeds and coverage as they advertise. They want you to buy extensions. That's true. I don't know what the extensions are. Maybe it's something like that Ethernet thing I got. But I do believe that they're charging us too as if they're giving us, because we're at the highest, you know, supposedly speed. So we're paying, to me, a pretty penny for Wi-Fi, but it doesn't work. And I'm telling you, I'm 3 miles from downtown Dallas, where the city hall, the courthouses, where everything is. And you can't make me believe that our internet is supposed to be operating like this. And people live other places, internet is just, you know, they never had a problem. But it's something about, you know, again, it's our neighborhoods. They're trying to gentrify and take over. And Phyllis is an ambassador for our city councilwoman, and she's also an ambassador for the senior citizens. And so she gets out a lot and get to participate in things and to give our input. And that's what we don't do as a people that we need to start doing, is visiting our city councils and our county commissioners. Before you ever visit, it would behoove you, no matter where you live, to go on the internet, if you can get on, and look up the positions the mayor, the city council, the county commissioners. Those are the people who run the city. And see what their positions are. The county clerk, the district clerk, the tax assessor. In Atlanta, do you know all of those people are under suspicion? All of them are under scrutiny. All of them are abusing funds. And again, I believe all of this stuff ties back to the Orca funds. And I want you to know that if these people are just doing all of this with 75 million, what do you think the people over them are doing with the 3 billion that they received? The extensions are like pods you can plug into your wall units. It's supposed to give you more range and stronger signal. Okay, well, that's what I got. It's called mine. They call it a mesh. And I got that. And then you know what? I think you have to pay for that service. But mine is not working right, so I'm going to have to tell them. And I don't think it's because the unit is malfunctioning. I just think that they just want us to keep spending money and they're not giving us anything. And that's one of the things that Silent Weapon says. You keep giving information, you keep giving, but you're not receiving anything. And that's as a whole people. So we got to do better. And, or we don't, it is a choice. But in case you didn't know it was a choice, I came to tell you that you do have choices. But you have to be the one to make the choice. Nobody can do it for you, no matter how bad we would want to. It's not going to work if you don't choose it for yourself. It's just not going to work. And so I don't know how all of this is going to pan out. I'm really grateful that we're getting an opportunity to see in real time what goes on in the courtrooms. We always knew people were railroaded. That's what we called it. We always knew that they put trumped up charges on us. But, they're doing it to everybody. They did it to Karen Reed, in my opinion, after learning of her story. And Phyllis covered that from day one up until, now what's going on. Because we have always looked at like Court TV, A&E, and my channel was Investigation Discovery. So, I don't know. It's really something what's going on, but it ain't going to get any better. But one thing we know, our people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. And so you have to seek it. Knowledge ain't going to come find you. You got to go find it. And you don't have to go far if you're willing. Regina, I can't thank you enough. Osun, if you're still in here, thank you so very much. I'm going to get ready to let my children be my future and head on out of here. But before I go, I found one of my old-time favorites. One of my first songs that I made. Regina said, check with your cable provider and have them check your internet. You could probably do it yourself. Just Google check my internet speed. Cable companies are known to be ripoffs. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I did. I tried to call them today, and that's what they told me and had me on hold forever. And everything, they want us to do it ourselves, but we still got to pay. But I will do that. Because I promise I want to be able to, in some kind of way, I don't know how, that I can take all of this excess off when I'm sharing. Like all of the videos on the side and stuff like that. It's a way I can do that, and I'm somehow one day, one way, gonna figure it out. I bought me a camera, a Manza. It's a camera, microphone. Never used it. It's about 2.5 years old. I can't even find the order on my Amazon orders. But my cousin used to come regular and do my room for me, and she always taking stuff out of boxes, and she took it out the box, and I done moved it from the left to the right so much I've dislocated the mic. And it had one of those good mics, and it was a nice camera, I'm sure. I paid a pretty penny for it and have never used it. So some kind of way I've been trying to contact that company to find out if I could get me another mic and what it would cost to get one. But it's very hard to talk to these companies now. They do not want to talk to us on the phone. They want us to talk to the AI person that if you don't answer or ask the question exactly the way they want you to ask the question, you ain't gonna never get to talk to them. I probably could. Yeah, I probably could, because it's on a stand. So I'm sure I could. If you can trust people nowadays, because nowadays people go to sell stuff and people supposed to be meeting to purchase and pick it up, and the people become unaligned. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, wow, you're still on? Hope you're having a great show and a great night, morning. Yeah, as we had a beautiful show. My internet, of course, kept buffering, but we made it through it, and I got to tell the story. So we're getting ready to say good night, but I was telling them that I had found my old faithful, my first song that I did, and I was so happy till I was able to copy it. And here it is. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do anything to these people. But I'm being bullied anyway. We will stop the bullying. And it starts with me. My new hashtag, not me. Boy, I love that. So, on that note, I'm going to get ready to leave the Tiger's Den and bid everybody a beautiful night and a safe rest of the week. Have fun, be productive. Be sure to hydrate. And I've heard that one of the good ways to hydrate is watermelon. They say H2O is not the best hydration, even though we think it is. But water, they said, from the fruit, it's the best. And watermelon seems to have the #1 place. So get yourself some watermelon and enjoy it. I want to play Thank You for So Alicia for the gifts. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love. No, Regina, I haven't tried it. My mama used to drink it, but I don't know if I can. You know, she said as you get older, then, you know, you can acquire any taste. I'm more of a sweet type person, but I could drink the water if it wasn't sweet. I don't want sugar water. We used to drink that when we were kids, so I don't want that. And I don't like watermelon juice, just the juice. I like the juice as I'm eating the watermelon. And they said the rind is really good for smoothies. But I don't know. No, I've never drank, I don't believe, the aloe vera juice. Where you get these at, like the health food store? Is that where you pretty much purchase them from, Regina? I love cranberry juice, but you know what? I like, it has to be cranberry apple. But I will drink cranberry juice though. I could have sworn I said cranberry, but no. I will drink cranberry juice though, because it is good, and it is good chilled. I'd rather have it chilled without ice. I don't want ice. I just want it, you know, cold, like from the refrigerator. And water, I just drink room temperature. But on that note, I was waiting to see if you tell me that you got the aloe vera juice from the health food store. Do they sell it in regular stores? Okay, well, I'll check it out then. Thank you very much. Alrighty, have a good night. Bye-bye.